coming today?
He is. We are looking for. He is looking for something for the computer, real quick.
Okay. Well, we do have an issue. A juror notified the bailiffs that he wasn't feeling well today. He was instructed to come on in. He's got a mask. Come in. He does want us to talk to him. So we need to bring him in and see kind of what's going on. So we're going to do that now. Do you need a minute?
We can go ahead and do it, Your Honor.
If you want to bring him in, just put him in the jury box.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. So it's been relayed to me that you are not feeling well today. Can you give me some details for that?
It's mainly a lot of sinuses and chills and stuff. Chills, aches.
Okay. Have you taken your temperature?
No.
When did you start feeling bad?
Couple days ago, but pretty much pretty much most of the night was just nothing but like head pounding sinuses and chills.
Are you taking anything?
Yeah. So, sinus and chills.
Over the counter stuff?
Yeah.
How do you feel right now?
Off and on. I feel like some chills are coming back.
You don't have questions for him? What are you asking? Are you asking to be removed from the jury?
Didn't know if either removed or I don't know if I can do it like virtually or anything like that. I don't know how that works. I know it's done before, but just don't feel like I should be around others.
And I don't, obviously from your selection, recall your situation. Are others in your home sick or?
No, just me.
Questions, Mr. Brooks?
I don't have any questions. I didn't know if y'all wanted to take his temperature. If he's having chills, he probably does have a fever. But.
Questions?
Good morning.
Morning.
If you've got a little bit of time to go to the doctor and get some medication for it, do you think you'd be able to resume?
I could if I could get rid of those chills, but I don't think I'd want to do chills in the middle of the jury box. I mean, it's the worst thing I've ever felt, and I don't usually get sinuses like that, or they said more like flu-like symptoms.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like you probably need to go to one of the doctor in the box or something like that, maybe. Okay, just get some medication for it.
I'm already thinking sinus medicine, stuff like that, as well, like antibiotic or.
Let me do this. Is anyone in Forest where you guys?
We might have a thermometer at the front door. They used to take temperatures.
I imagine there is one around.
I may have already broken a little bit because I've got sweats a little bit right now, but it's like a thing that comes and goes. So maybe like an hour later, it'll be right back.
All right. You'll go ahead and. Do y'all have anything in 4?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Do you have anything in 4 where you can go?
No, sir.
Go ahead and just put him in 4 for right now.
Yes, sir.
I'll have more discussions after.
Yes, sir.
Chris Matheson.
Hey Terry,
Yes.
we put little.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay, okay, we're just gonna do it again. It's okay, it's okay. That's what we did.
I didn't know. I'm thinking, I seen them. I said,
Right.
"My God, what's wrong?"
Can you all go ahead and re-inquire? What do you have in the way of a thermometer?
So many questions.
The sergeant's going to bring his lumber up here and he's going to go to your.
Who is?
The sergeant. Sergeant.
Thank you.
You're lying, I know. The defense has not submitted jury charges yet, is that right? Or hadn't?
We have not, there is a pattern, or not a non-pattern charge Mr. Berry is preparing for now. And then I'm gonna email that I will finish it while the first witness.
Works on the road. I think she comes in later and they changed her out for this trial.
Get one of those.
Yeah, see if somebody can come up just with like just some elements for it.
Thank you. General, either Ray or Mike can have a minute or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, and.
Yes. All right, so his temperature's presently not a fever, it's below 97. We don't remember those thermometers being super accurate, but an option I have is put him in the chair on the end, clean the chair, the area where he was sitting, keep him in the other jury room today. Having let me know if he's feeling bad so that he's interfering in his deliberations. The only other real viable option as I see is to release him. What are y'all's thoughts?
I would start with the first option first, Your Honor, before releasing.
I think probably so. We'll give up our jury room for him. And, just kind of monitor, you can stay on the end over there.
It sounds like a great idea.
I hated to tell him, I've been feeling the same damn way for 2 weeks, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have to get some cleaning supplies.
Yeah, I've got them bringing them up.
You said you have them bring them up?
They're bringing somebody up.
Oh, okay. All right. Brief the jury.
I'll do it in a minute. Just let me type.
No, I got time for a quick break. Thank you.
Deputy Harvey.
Thank you.
You gotta clean this seat first, and then she's gonna get.
you don't mind, if you can just wipe off the chair, the arms, and then the railing and stuff around where this is.
Yes. The last one.
Thank you. What we're going to do is, we're gonna bring the jury in a minute, and then when they're in here, if you don't mind, can you just wipe down or disinfect their jury room? Thank you, ma'am.
I'll go into the jury room.
Just gonna make sure that chair seats dry.
Yes, sir. We'll put 49 sat here, we'll put 49 down there.
Everybody just slide it in wherever they want to.
Okay.
Thank you, Terry.
Should be good.
Thank you. If you will, bring 82 back in,
Yes, sir.
and then bring him back in when you talk.
Yes, sir.
You can just stand there, you're good. So, what we're gonna do for today is, we're gonna sit you on the end, and we're gonna have you in the deliberation room where you were just now, okay? If at any point you start feeling bad such that you think, I can't even focus, I can't pay attention to the evidence, or if you believe, hey, I've got a fever, I'd like them to check me.
Yeah.
Let me know, and we'll go from there, okay? And then that's how we'll handle today. So if you, like I say, if you start feeling really bad and, can't focus, if you need a break, or if you think you may have a fever, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, you all right with that?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just more worried about help of others, because COVID, went back to COVID, never hit me this hard.
Okay.
So,
So you just keep me informed as to how you're feeling and your ability to concentrate, and listen to the evidence, okay?
Okay.
If you will now, if you'll just put him in the hall for a second, and bring the other jurors in,
Yes, sir.
because he's gonna sit at the end anyway.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to them.
Yes, sir. Come on.
You just have to take the chair that's gonna come up back, whatever it is. She's gonna play with chairs for a second,
I think, pardon.
then you won't sit. You're in the chair.
Okay,
I know what she's thinking. Yeah. Create some space.
just like one.
Like that. So he's not sitting near anybody.
I was gonna do that.
I'm pulling the credit for her idea.
Master of feng shui.
Ready, sir?
We're gonna put 82 in that chair, ma'am, so if you don't mind moving to the back row. And then Brooks, you can bring him in and put him in that new chair.
Oh,
You can put him in that chair. That's all. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, jury is not feeling well. We're masking today. Giving him instructions to advise me if he does not have a fever presently. Giving instructions if he starts feeling worse as the day goes on. We're gonna keep him in another jury room during lunch and during breaks. Just go ahead and isolate things today. We disinfected while y'all were still in there. We disinfected the area where he was sitting and the railing there. They're going in to go ahead and disinfect your jury room presently, just so you're aware, okay? Anybody have any questions or concerns? All right, state calls next witness.
The state calls investigator Ashley Gilliland. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Ashley Gilland, ASHLEY GILLELAND.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Barrow County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Barrow County District Attorney's Office?
A little over 6 years.
What are your job responsibilities at the Barrow County DA's office?
So I'm a post-certified investigator. My role is essentially when the cases come into our office to help prepare them for court hearings and or trials. That can range anywhere from locating, interviewing witnesses, victims, obtaining search warrants for any kind of evidence that's needed in the case, as well as analyzing that evidence and then creating a summary that makes it easier to understand.
So essentially, when a case comes to the DA's office, do you continue the investigation?
I do.
Prior to working for the District Attorney's Office, where did you work?
I work for the Hall County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your job responsibilities there?
I was an investigator in the persons crime division, so any kind of crime that involved a person as a victim.
And when you just testified about your job responsibilities, you mentioned that one of those is to collect additional evidence. And does that include digital evidence?
It does.
What kind of digital evidence do you collect and review while at the DA's office?
Typically, any kind of cell phone extractions, computer extractions, social media records, location data, surveillance video.
And how often do you review cell phone extractions?
Almost every day.
And what is the purpose of reviewing those cell phone extractions?
To kind of gather any kind of information that's on the extraction related to the case.
How often do you compile a summary of cell phone extraction data?
It's really case dependent and also depending on the amount of evidence, the amount of digital evidence in a case. But I would say probably fairly regularly.
And what does that generally entail?
I usually start with a timeline of events surrounding the incident date. And then again, depending on the amount of digital evidence, if it comes from cell phone extractions, computers, social media accounts, I will then take all that information and put it into a summary, usually in a PowerPoint form, just to make it easier to digest.
And in addition to doing cell phone extraction, data review, do you also attempt to collect Google records?
I do.
And tell us what kind of records do you try to get from Google?
So Google obviously collects and stores a ridiculous amount of information. And Google will require you to be very specific in what you ask for. But Google can provide anything from emails, search history, web history, location data, historic location data, the devices that are associated with a Google account. Google also now has Ring doorbell cameras, Google Nest, Google Docs, Google Photos, Google Meet, Google Chats. Again, it has a lot of information.
And you mentioned location data. What do you mean by location data?
Anything with a latitude and longitude can be mapped. It comes in from many different sources. So the one you think about mainly is cellular records. So your T-Mobile, your AT&T, your Verizon records, those provide location data. Social media records can provide location data when you log in and out of Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. That can provide location data. Your cell phone as a whole can have GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and then as well as any kind of digital media can also provide location data.
And have you had any specialized training in working with cell phone extractions?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
So we use a company or a program called Cellbrite to do not only our extractions, but our analysis of the evidence. And then within that company, they provide numerous amounts of trainings. So I've had anything from mapping forensic artifacts, searching for digital footprints, forensic techniques for investigators, recreating user activities, search warrants and digital evidence, just to name a few.
And do you have any specialized training in Google records or mapping location data?
For Google records, since there is so much data that can be obtained from Google, they do provide specialized training. There's a previous member from the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force that puts on a training for Google and Apple records specifically. And so I've taken training with that.
And what about with mapping of location data?
There are a couple different programs out there that we use to map location data. The one that we started with when I started at the Barrow County District Attorney's Office was known as CellHawk. So CellHawk provided training in order to how to use the program itself, what types of records were able to be uploaded, how to analyze those records. We've also moved to a new company, I guess you could say, to map the records called Accurate Tracks. It's through LexisNexis. And I did take a 40-hour course on that, learning how to use that program.
And do you hold any certifications related to digital forensic analysis?
I do. I am a member of the ICAC task force, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, focuses on child exploitation and child pornography. And then I also am certified cybercrime examiner.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of digital forensic analysis?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
3 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to qualify Investigator Gilliland as an expert in digital forensic analysis.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you assigned to aid in the investigation of the case involving the Apalachee school shooting?
I was.
And how did you become involved in that?
Initially, just from the start, I was in more of an assisting role. So the lead agencies being the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation were on the front end. And then my role was more as the evidence kept coming in to start analyzing that evidence and seeing if there was anything additional that we may need.
And did you do additional search warrants to get additional evidence?
I did.
Did you also, and we'll get more into this in a minute, create a summary of the evidence that you reviewed?
I did.
Okay, let's start with the additional records you obtained. What categories of records did you get?
I did get some financial records and then some online schooling records, as well as academy sports and outdoor records.
And as far as financial records, what financial records did you collect?
I did get the Wells Fargo bank records, and the academy sports and outdoor would be considered financial records.
What or whose records were the Wells Fargo bank records for?
They were for the defendant's bank account.
And based on your review of the financial records and the digital evidence, who used the bank account that was listed under Colin Gray?
It appeared to be the defendant.
Describe the time frame of those records.
We requested the time frame from November of 2022 until the incident date in September of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and introduce into evidence State Exhibit 186, which are the Wells Fargo bank records for Colin Gray under the business records exception.
No objection. You said 186?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
Okay, so I am going to pull up that record and, or not the entirety, but just kind of explain, how do we know this is Colin Gray's record?
So this is a cover sheet that we receive once we get bank records. So you see the Wells Fargo logo at the top on the last page. But then this, it says Wells Fargo, and it has the name on the account and the address associated with the account and the account number itself.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up, what does this page show us?
This shows just like your everyday statement, your bank statement.
Zoom in a little bit. Can you tell us the columns that when we're reviewing the Wells Fargo records so the jury kind of understands it?
Yes, on the left-hand side is the date and that's the date that it posted to the account. Some transactions will take a couple days to post to your account. Check number, if a check was deposited, description of the purchase, And then the next column would be deposits and additions, and then the next one withdrawals and subtractions, and then your ending daily balance.
Okay. So you also mentioned you got Academy records, and again, whose Academy records did you get?
I got the Academy records that match the debit card number on the Wells Fargo bank account.
And describe the time frame for those records.
Those were just for the year of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by business record certification as well?
They were.
You're at this time, I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 187, which are the Academy records for Colin Gray's debit card.
No objection.
187 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And then were other financial records obtained by another investigator in the VA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Those were Amazon records
And whose Amazon records were those for?
for the defendant's account.
Okay. And I'm going to actually, we're going to go through Academy and Amazon real quick to kind of orient the jury. Tell us, these are what kind of records?
These are from Academy Sports and Outdoor. So this is what we get back when we write a search warrant for these records. And you'll see kind of the top left, the date and time. And then the middle at the top, the associate, the transaction amount. And then in the middle, you'll see the items that were purchased, the item price. And then at the bottom, you'll see debit card and the account number associated. And then at the very bottom of the page is the actual store that it was purchased from.
Okay. And then I'll pull up Amazon records and I'm going to zoom in and tell the jury about the Amazon records.
The Amazon records come back in a spreadsheet. So it's listed by the site it was from, which was obviously Amazon, the order date, the order time, the customer name, the item description, the price, the total that the buyer was charged, and the ship date.
Okay. And based on your review of the digital evidence as well as the Amazon records, who had access to this Amazon account?
The defendant.
And tell us how you know that.
Within a lot of the different records that I analyzed in this case, Colt Gray, the son of the defendant, would request the defendant to purchase items from Amazon. So he would send through text messages, will you buy this, that sort of thing.
Okay. And these, for the record, are State Exhibit 162. So did you also obtain some Google records?
I did.
Okay, and whose Google records did you obtain?
In this case, I obtained the defendant's as well as Marcy Gray's.
And what records, particular in the Google, were relevant to this case?
Email, search history, and web history.
What was the time frame of these records?
These were, again, just for the year of 2024.
And were these records also accompanied by a business record certification when you received them?
They were.
And you're at this time, I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 188 under the business records exception.
And these, Colin Gray or Mason Schermerhorn?
These are of Colin Gray, correct?
That's correct.
Any objections, Mr. House?
Judge, we would ask for a standing objection based on our objections from yesterday, but other than that, no objection. Does that make sense?
I don't remember us addressing Google records.
They're not in the Google records, but I know the other ones are coming up, that we don't have to keep doing that.
But just so that I'm clear, your objections that some break from the jury or we addressed yesterday, I ruled on those. And you just want to preserve that objection.
Yes, sir.
So,
Thank you, sir.
So are they admitted, Your Honor?
188 is.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pull up a page from Google, again, just to orient the jury to what these records look like.
This portion of the Google records is from the web history. You'll see kind of like the top is the kind of the URL that's associated says visited, which means that that was a particular URL that was actually accessed. And at the time, it shows the date and time as well.
Let me just pause. Go ahead and approach, I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear. Just put on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I believe the last set of records you obtained were additional online school records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of getting those records?
There was a statement made in the evidence that I reviewed where the defendant had signed or enrolled his son in online schooling.
Okay. And what schools did you attempt to get records from?
I believe it was Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual.
And okay, so on the school records notebook, we also have State Exhibit 189 and 190 in there. And are those the records for Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, were they also accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
All right, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 189 and 190. And we,
188,
thank you, Your Honor, and we'll get into these a little more in a little bit, but just generally, was Colt ever enrolled in either of those schools?
No.
Okay. And did another investigator get the other public school, online public school records in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was that Georgia Cyber Academy?
It was.
Okay. And was Colt ever enrolled in that?
No, he was not.
All right, so let's move to the summary. You mentioned summarizing digital evidence. In this particular case, what form did that summary take?
A PowerPoint presentation.
And have you made a list, I guess, in the PowerPoint presentation of the digital evidence and other evidence that we're going to go through in this presentation?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that summary. We're going to start with the first four. And this is essentially so every time we talk about evidence, we don't have to say the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So are these the four different types of records we just talked about? Wells Fargo bank records, Academy Sports records, Amazon purchase records, and defendants Google records.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so those are all in this summary.
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as Amazon purchase records, I'm showing you what's from Market State Exhibits 211.1 to 211.5. What are those?
These are photographs from Amazon.
And are they, tell me how they are related to Amazon.
So with the Amazon records, they also produce what's called an Amazon standard identification number, which is kind of like a serial number or like a barcode you see when you're shopping for something at a store. And then so I took that number from the records and then put that into Amazon, and it would give me the exact photograph and item that was being purchased through the records.
And are these photos of items that were purchased by Colin Gray?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence State Exhibits 211.1 through 211.5.
No objection.
211.1,
Okay. And then the next set of records are the cell phone extractions. What data from the cell phone extractions are in the PowerPoint?
Anything from calls, text messages, photographs, web history, search history, application usage logs, I believe location data as well.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a text conversation just so you can kind of show the jury how the texts populate on the summary. Can you tell us kind of what the green means and what the blue means?
Yeah, so when you do an extraction from Cellbrite, the program I was telling you about earlier, it will produce it in this manner. So it'll produce it in blue and green messages. And the green essentially will be the owner of the device, and the blue will be the recipient of the text.
Okay. And then did you also kind of create a phone key of the various members of the Gray family?
I did.
I'm going to show that now. So tell us about what this phone key shows and just kind of talk us through it.
Okay, so at the top, the name, so I have the categories name, phone number, contact name, and the defendant's phone, and then the dates the phone number was used. So the name on the first one is Colin Gray. This was the phone number that was associated with the records, and it was from March of 2024 until May 6th of 2024. The next one below that is also Colin Gray with a different phone number. This was a work phone number, and it started May 7th of 2024 until September 4th of 2024. The next one down is Marcy Gray. It is the same number as the one at the top. I know that seems confusing, but she used the phone once she was here in Barrow County. And so those dates are from July 6th, 2024 until August 16th of 2024. And it was listed in the defendant's phone as boo-boo/home. The one below that, again, Marcy Gray, this was the number that she used when she was in Fitzgerald from August 17th, 2024 to September 5th of 2024. And then we have Deborah Polhamus, which is the defendant's mother-in-law, and she's listed as Mamu. And then we have Jenny Gray, listed as Jenny Reen, March 22nd, 2024 through September 5th. And then Colt Gray, the first one being March 10th, 2024 to August 11th, 2024. And then the last one is a new phone number from August 11th, 2024 to September 2024.
All right, and then we have additional records that we're going through that are also going to be in this presentation. So you have listed Enlightenment Counseling Records, which is State Exhibit 142, Discord Records, State Exhibit 163, Mike's Gun Run Records, State Exhibit 164, DNR Gun Range Logs, which is State Exhibit 165, Georgia Cyber Academy, State Exhibit 166, CDR Records from Verizon, State Exhibit 167, Georgia Connection Records, State Exhibit 189, and then Georgia Virtual Records, State Exhibit 190. And does that essentially show all the records that are included in this summary presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, so were the records you summarized voluminous?
Yes.
Okay, and kind of, I guess to illustrate for the jury how much information is in each cell phone extraction, can you kind of give us an illustration?
So there's a lot of information in each of the cell phone extractions, as you said. For example, one phone extraction, if we were to print it out, in this case, was a little over 39,000 pages. So just for like I guess a visual, the 3-ring binders that we have up here, this one's the largest one, which is 3 inches, and it holds approximately 500 pages. So if we were to print out one phone extraction, it would be about 78 binders. So a lot of information.
So is that essentially impossible to print out everything?
Without killing a bunch of trees, yes.
And so because of the voluminous amount of this information, will a summary of this information assist the jury?
Yes.
And how is the PowerPoint organized?
It's chronologically by date.
And kind of tell us how the jury can see what date we're talking about. I mean, obviously we'll say it, but just if they need to reorient themselves to the date.
Yes, on each slide, in the top left-hand corner will be a blue circle, and that will be the date that we're talking about. So if we're talking for a long time and a date's not being remembered, then it's on the top left-hand corner of the PowerPoint.
And the PowerPoint that you have created, is it digitally on this hard drive?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 191 as a summary of the evidence.
No objection.
All right, 191's admitted.
Okay, so let's, before we present the PowerPoint, I want to go through some basic kind of background information. What's the time frame for the PowerPoint presentation?
Overall, I started with November of 2023. And that was because this was the first month in which the defendant had custody of all three of his children.
Okay. And then there, in the presentation, I know we talked about the text bubbles. Are there also some timeline extractions that we display?
There are.
Can you kind of tell the jury what that is?
So a timeline extraction is produced again by Cellbrite. And what it is kind of a date of each one phone extraction. So one binder is one from one phone extraction. So one binder will be the defendant's phone extraction. One binder will be Marcy Gray's. One binder will be Colt Gray's, and one binder will be Jenny Gray's. Within that binder, it's by date according to the PowerPoint. And so the timeline extraction is for each of those dates and what's all included in those dates as a whole.
And when you do a timeline extraction, and it includes, text messages, call logs, web searches, are some things duplicated on the timeline extraction?
They can be, yes.
And why would that be?
The phone extraction will pull from different sources. So it can pull from the surface part of the phone if it's a phone call, and then in the file system, like deeply hidden, it can pull from that as well. So you might see it duplicated.
And I want to talk briefly about the times that are displayed on the records. I'm going to look back, show you the Amazon records, and tell us what time frame this is in.
So where it says order time, the first one says 19:51 and 5 seconds, UTC. So UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated, and it's just kind of the generic time that is used to regulate the clocks all around the world. We here are in Eastern Standard Time, so when we have to go through all these records that are produced in UTC, we also have to convert them to Eastern Standard Time.
And for the majority of the records, are they in Eastern Standard Time in the presentation?
They are, yes, they're converted.
And what would it look like to show that they're in Eastern Standard Time when you see that UTC on the time?
So in order to convert them, Eastern Standard Time is 5 hours behind UTC in the winter months, and then 4 hours behind in the summer months. So in this, you will see UTC -5 or UTC -4, which means the records have been converted and those are in Eastern Standard Time.
And anytime you refer to a time, are you going to refer to it in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and publish the PowerPoint. Now, I know you mentioned that you started in November. We talked a little bit about May of 2023 first.
Yes.
And what happened generally in May of 2023?
This was when an FBI tip came to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in reference to a potential threat of school shooting. And the Jackson County investigators went out to the defendant's home to speak with him.
Okay. Now, based on the phone key that we just saw, is it accurate that we don't have any phone extraction data from this time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can't see any text messages or phone calls that were happening around this time.
That's correct.
During your review, did you find a text message related to this investigation?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and show that. And who is this text from and to, and tell me the time of the text.
So this is from, it's the number ending in 8572. It says me, which is the owner of the phone, which would be Marcy Gray at this time. And then to the number ending in 2768, Coley Jr. And this would have been the defendant at this time, as his phone had already been taken.
Okay. And what did Marcy say to the defendant?
What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too. And this was September 5th at 12:12 p.m.
Okay. And the attachment, I'll pull that up, but what generally is that?
An article, a news article,
Or the
FBI tip.
okay. And that was released around this time?
It was.
Okay. And so and you've reviewed the statements from the defendant as well in preparing your summary presentation?
I have.
Investigator Smith interview with the defendant was around 3:30 on September 5th. Was this sent to him before that interview?
It was.
Okay. All right. So we are now moving to November of 2023. Tell us what's important or relevant from this month.
This is when the purchase of the 6R rifle
And
That
by
was
six
used-
out, oh, sorry. Yeah.
that was used in the shooting of Apalachee.
Okay. And I will pull up these records. And again, which records are these?
These are the Wells Fargo bank records from the defendant's account.
Okay. I'm going to pull up November 13th, one of the transactions on the defendant's Wells Fargo records. Can you tell me what that transaction is?
It's a purchase authorized on November 11th from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $350.
Okay. And what is Mike's Gun Room?
It's just a local gun shop here in Winder that sells firearms, ammunition, and firearms related accessories.
And what kind of records do they keep?
They keep the records when a firearm is purchased, and that's a form that's used by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau.
So if something other than a firearm is purchased, do they have any records to that effect?
They do not.
Okay. And so for November 13th, that was authorized on November 11th. Do we know specifically what was purchased?
We do not.
On this date. Is $350, would that be consistent with the down payment of a 6-hour rifle?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now moving to our next transaction from November 17th. Tell us what that shows us.
This is a purchase authorized November 17th from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $559.50.
And then is the total between $559 and $350, would that be consistent with the price of a 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain information about what was purchased on November 17th?
Yes.
And what did you obtain?
This also included the form that I spoke about from the ATF, which is a legal record when you transfer a firearm.
And we're going to display that firearms transaction form. Okay, and then we're going to zoom in kind of on the top and the bottom. All right, so what does this form tell us? And kind of explain it through the record there.
As an overall, it gives the what type of weapon it is, the model, the serial number, the type, the caliber, how many are being transferred on this particular date, and also the buyer's full name and address is also included, and then a signature and a date at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and then who bought this firearm and what was the date?
Colin Gray, the defendant, November 17th of 2023.
And then as far as the serial number, were you able to compare that to the serial number of the gun used in the Apalachee shooting?
I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show that. Okay. And is that picture that is displayed below there, is that one of the crime scene photos from the Apalachee High School?
It is.
Okay. And what evidence number is that?
111.141.
And when you're looking at the serial number on the gun that was obtained from Apalachee, as well as the one from the financial transaction or the firearm transaction record, are they the same?
They are the same.
Okay. And let me go back real quick to the actual record. So sorry, this has a address on it of 954 River Mill Circle. Based on your review of the evidence, where was the defendant living on November 17th of 2023?
At 896 Harrison Mill in Bethlehem.
And have you had an opportunity to also get the lease from that address?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time frame did the defendant move based on that lease?
I believe it was June 22nd of 2023.
Okay. All right. So we are going to have a couple more questions about the firearms transaction record. On that, does it list a particular law?
It does.
And what law is that?
It's the Gun Control Act.
And what is the Gun Control Act? What type of law is that?
It just regulates who can purchase a firearm based on different things.
And what age do you have to be under the Gun Control Act to purchase a firearm?
For rifles, it's 18 years old, and for handguns, it's 21 years old.
And what age do you have to be to purchase ammunition?
It's the same for ammunition, 18 for rifles and 21 for handguns.
And under that same act, are you allowed to purchase a firearm for someone else, or do you have to purchase it for yourself?
You have to purchase it for yourself.
And was that one of the questions that was listed on this form?
It is on this page 21A, and it's checked yes.
Okay. And does that mean it was indicating that Mr. Gray purchased it for himself?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to move to December of 2023. So this is a month after the purchase of the Sig Sauer rifle. What generally happened this month?
There were some more gun-related purchases
Okay, and what records do we have that show those?
from Wells Fargo.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up our next record. All right, so tell us what was purchased on this day.
On December 14th, there was a purchase from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $642 even.
And based on your review of the records that we received from Mike's Gun Room, do you know specifically what was purchased?
I do not.
So it was, does that mean it was not a firearm?
That's correct.
So some other gun-related accessory?
That's correct.
Okay, and so then the next purchase that we're going to talk about is from Amazon. So I'm going to go ahead and move to that, and that's going to be from December 19th, which is 5 days later. Tell us what was purchased from Amazon on December 19th.
It was a green laser for a rifle for $49.99.
Okay, and would that be like a laser sight?
That's correct.
And that states exhibit 211.1 that is on the left. What is that?
That's one of the photographs I talked about earlier coming from Amazon with the Amazon standard identification number. So that was put in to Amazon, and that's the photograph that it produced.
And then, so that's essentially what the irons or the green laser sight looks like.
That's correct.
What about the picture to the right?
This photograph was on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And is that a picture of him using a light that would be, or a laser that would be consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, now we're going to move to January of 2024. And tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some school-related emails.
And who was the school-related email to and from?
It was to the defendant, Jenny Gray and Colt Gray, and from Lorraine.
And who is Lorraine?
It is the defendant's sister.
And when did she send this email?
I believe the first one was January 25th of 2024
And where did the email come from?
from the Google records.
Okay, we're going to pull up that email. All right. So can you tell us, you said it was January 25th, what time the email was sent and what it says?
Yes, so the subject is school options and information from Lorraine O'Brien, the date January 25th, 2024 at 7:13. And then the two, Gray Coley 444 at Gmail, which is the defendant's email address. And then another email address that was associated with Colt Gray's email, and then Jenny Gray's email address.
Okay, and so is Colt Gray's email the Q0TLC3?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did the email say?
It says, "Hi, Coley and Colt and Jenny. I hope you're all doing well. Here are the 3 school options and info about each that I learned about. Open attached Excel. I'm still trying to locate the one form I mentioned in the Excel, the release of information form in virtual school section of Excel. Just want to send this email before it got much later tonight. Once I locate that form, I will send in another email. Let me know how else I can help. Love you all. Ring."
And then, I guess, did the defendant ever forward this email to anyone?
He forwarded it to Jenny.
Now, at the time of this email, was Coley already enrolled in school?
Yes, he was.
And what was his first day?
His first day was January 16th of 2024.
And so, but Jenny and Colt were not enrolled in school, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, she mentions an Excel spreadsheet. Was that also provided by Google?
It was.
Okay. And what generally does the spreadsheet show?
It shows the 3 options that she talks about in the body of the email.
I'm going to pull up that spreadsheet. We're going to zoom in on the first one. Okay, so what is the first option?
The first option is attend regular in-person school.
And does it tell the defendant who to contact?
It does. It says register Colt and Jenny, and then contact Michelle Principe, which is the registrar at Heyman Morris, with her email and phone number and fax number.
Okay. And then based on your review of the records, is this prior to the defendant contacting the school about registering Colt and Jenny?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll move to the second option, which is attend virtual school. Can you tell us what that says?
Yes, so it says they must be fully registered at Heyman Morris, and then kind of steps to do next, download, complete the release of information form, and email, mail, fax to virtual school people. This gives them permission to speak with Heyman or Michelle to get confirmation that the kids are fully registered at regular school first, records, immunization, etc. And then it talks about the next step is already done, which is setting up accounts for them on the virtual school website.
And when you did records for, was it Georgia Virtual?
It was.
Did they have an account that was set up by Lorraine?
They did.
Okay. In terms of though, then actually enrolling in any classes using that account, did they ever enroll in any classes?
They did not.
Okay. Now moving to the final option, what is that?
Do homeschool using an online curriculum. So must complete and submit this online form to the Georgia Department of Education to inform them the kids are doing homeschool with a link to the website, and then must be resubmitted each school year.
And based on your review of the school records, was a homeschool form ever filled out?
No.
And then we'll talk about that last little part. What does it say?
This will cost a total of $67.92 per month, and I'm offering to pay for it.
And based on your review of the records, did Jenny actually enroll in Heyman Morris?
She did.
And did Colt?
He did not.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the next month. So we're moving from January to February of 2024. And kind of what did you find relevant from this month?
There was a gun range visit in the month of February 2024.
Okay. And where was that gun range visit?
The Wilson Shoals gun range.
I'm going to pull up. Were these some of the records that were obtained in investigating this case?
Yes, these are the DNR records.
Okay. So does DNR, are they the ones who maintain the gun range records?
They do.
And this is from February 29th?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. We're going to zoom in. Can you tell us what the top kind of row tells us? Like in terms of, it says check all that apply for your visit.
Yes, so there's the time of check-in, the name, and then check all that apply for your visit depending on what type of firearm that you're bringing to the gun range. So what's listed is rifle, handgun, shotgun, muzzle loader.
Okay. And then who went there that day, and then what did they use?
Colin Gray, Colt Gray, and Jenny Gray, and all three of them have rifle and handgun checked.
And then now we're going to move to March of 2024. Can you tell us kind of generally what happened this month?
There was another gun range visit and some more gun-related purchases.
And for our first record that we're going to bring up from Academy, do you know what Academy store this item was purchased from?
I believe this one was in Athens.
And was the defendant working in Athens at the time?
He was.
Okay. So we're going to bring up that purchase record. What date is it from?
March 8th of 2024.
And what was purchased?
A Sightmark Ultra Shot RSP.
Okay. Is that kind of a different laser sight?
It is. It's kind of used for target acquisition for a firearm.
And how much did that cost?
$149.99.
All right. And then now we're going to, and was this, or I guess was a box that was consistent with this laser sight found at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that. Okay, tell us what evidence numbers these are. These have been previously introduced from the crime scene photos of the defendant's house.
Yes, the one on the left is 145.108, and then the one on the right is 145.109, which is a more close-up version of the one on the left. And these were found in Colt Gray's closet.
All right, and then I want to pull up the firearm, and based on your kind of review of the evidence and examining the gun, is the sight mark that was purchased on March 8th consistent with the one that was on the firearm used in the Apalachee shooting?
It is.
Okay. And what did the defendant purchase next?
There was another purchase from Academy Sports on March 28th.
Okay, and we'll bring up that record. And what was purchased that day?
This is a XTS 1-point bungee sling.
And what is a bungee sling?
It's just used for a rifle to have a better point of contact.
And was a bungee sling consistent with this type of sling found in the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up a picture, another picture from the search warrant. Where was that found?
This was also found in Colt's closet.
And is the kind of brand name XTS on that bungee sling?
It is.
Okay. And then was there another purchase from Academy Sports that same day?
There was.
Okay, we're gonna bring that up. And what was also purchased that day?
Hornady Custom 223 REM 55, which is ammunition.
Based on the description, how many rounds were in that box?
I believe it's a 20 round box.
And is 223 ammunition, is that able to be used in the 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
All right, so now we're going to move to the next day, which would be March 29th. Can you tell us what happened on March 29th?
Yes, there was another gun range visit, and this was on Jenny's cell phone extraction.
And where, based on the pictures, where was this gun range?
It appears to be Wilson Shoals gun range.
Was there a record of it?
There was not.
And the firearm that Colt is using in that picture, is that consistent with the 6-hour that was used in the shooting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a photo of that firearm?
It is.
Okay. March 29th, what day of the week was that?
It was a Friday.
And was school in session?
It was.
And then, so was this during, I guess, based on the pictures, was this during the day?
It did appear so.
During the school day?
Yes.
Going back to the previous visit, which was what, February 29th?
It was the 29th.
Was that, what day of the week was that?
It was also a Friday.
And was that school also in session? that
It
day?
was.
And did they go during the school day?
They did. I believe the time was 10:25 a.m. on that record.
All right. So next, we're going to move to March 30th. Did something happen that day?
There was a text message.
And we're going to pull up that text message. And can you tell us who the text message was from and who it was to?
It's from the defendant and it's sent to Jenny.
Okay. And what time was that text message sent?
It's at 8:49 p.m.
And what does the text message say?
Asking for you to please keep this private between you and me. What is going on with Colt? I can't tell what he's saying, but I can tell it's not good. I will not say anything, I promise.
And so again, this is the day after the gun range visit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move to April of 2024. And tell us what generally happened this day.
There were some more gun-related purchases and then some evidence suggesting Colt's behavior.
Okay. So the first day we're going to talk about is April 1st. What generally happened that day?
This was when Colt's grandmother took him shopping.
And do you know where they went shopping based on the pictures?
To Academy.
I'm going to show you, bring up a text. Okay, who is this text to?
It's to the defendant from Jenny.
And what time was the text sent?
It was 12:41 p.m.
All right, now I'm going to pull up. Is that the picture that was attached?
It is.
And who are those people?
That is Colt Gray on the left and Deborah Polhamus on the right.
All right, and then we're going to zoom in to what Colt is holding. And what is he holding?
There are 4 packages in his hand. All are magazines.
Based on your review of the crime scene photos and the evidence, was one of those magazines found at Apalachee on September 4th?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a picture from the crime scene photos, 111.131. Is that one of the magazines, or is that consistent with one of the magazines that was purchased on April 1st?
It's consistent, yes.
All right, and then did the defendant respond to these text messages from Jenny?
He did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that response. And what does he say?
He says the best at 1:33 p.m. And that makes me so happy.
Okay. All right, so we are going to move to April 15th of 2024. What are we going to see from that day?
This is the first time that we see Colt with any sort of mass shooter photographs on a wall.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. Okay, and what date is on this picture?
The date that it was captured was April 15th of 2024 at 6:14 a.m. So you see the red box at the bottom highlighting the capture time. And this is kind of a screenshot from what it looks like on the Cellbrite extractions from the images.
Okay, and then we'll zoom in. So behind Colt in that picture, can you identify who is in that picture, or at least some of the people?
Yes, from what you can see, the two that I can identify are Nicholas Cruz and Peyton Gendron.
And were any of these pictures on the wall or consistent with the pictures that were on the wall on September 4th?
Yes, there were two that I could see.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. Are those the two?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now we're going to move to April 21st of 2024. What happens on that day?
There's an email that is between the defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And where did you find that email?
I'm in the Google records.
I'm going to pull that email up. Can you tell us the time it was sent and then read it to the jury?
The date and time is the 21st of April of 2024 at 1:04 p.m. Hey, I'm sorry the kids asked you again. Me and Coley went to church and I told them not to do that before I left. I told them we were trying to keep the power on and internet. I guess I'm going to just have the cable turned off to save money. That's what the other email I sent you was. Colt is relentless and I'm trying not to have him blow up on me. I have sold both of my guns to pay car insurance and food, but as fast as I get stuff, it's gone. I feel like I'm going to get an offer from the interview I had. Then I have a face-to-face Tuesday, and then Wednesday I'm meeting with Kevin Price in his office and hope to get an offer for that as well. I totally hate that we are having to ask for anything from you, Mama. I asked two of my sisters and it just started a fight, but I'm going to ask again. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. And now we're going to move to May of 2024, the next month. Kind of tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some more gun-related purchases during this month, as well as search history.
Okay. And the first day we talk about is going to be May 3rd. What happened that day?
There was a purchase at Elite Pawn.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that purchase. So May 3rd, what was the amount of the purchase from Elite Pawn?
It was $794.80.
And are you familiar with Elite Pawn and jewelry?
I am.
And what's and are you familiar with that, like in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what generally is sold there?
It is a regular pawn store that has lawn equipment, tools, but it also has a gun store as well.
And I'm going to pull up kind of a picture of the storefront. Is that what the storefront looks like?
It is.
And on the left there, it says the gun room at Elite Pawn. Is that all in the same store?
It is.
Okay. So you can buy guns and ammunition there, but it still is, you're purchasing it from Elite Pawn.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you attempt to get records from Elite Pawn?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any?
I was not.
And why is that?
Shortly after the incident date for this case, Elite Pawn changed ownerships. And with them changing ownerships, they also changed over their systems that they use to keep records.
So they didn't have any available for you?
They did not.
Okay. So next we're going to move to May 10th. And what types of text messages are on May 10th?
They are text messages between Jenny and the defendant.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. All right. Tell me what You said this was between Jenny and the defendant. Kind of take us through these text messages.
This is May 10th at 8:17 a.m. Jenny sends to the defendant, "Now you started things with Colt,"
What time was that?
at 8:17 a.m. And then she also says, "This day fucking sucks," also 8:17 a.m.
Okay. And does the defendant respond to these text messages?
He does not.
Does anything else happen on May 10th?
There is another purchase at Elite Pawn.
I'm going to pull up that. Zoom in. Okay. How much was that purchase for?
$449.34.
Okay. So we're going to move from May 10th to May 21st. What happens on May 21st?
There is a search for a gun safe.
And who searched for the gun safe?
The defendant.
All right. And kind of tell us generally what time these searches were and what kind of gun safe it was.
These searches were from the defendant's phone extraction. They were at May 21st, 2024 at 4:44 and 4:45 p.m. And these appear to be safes that can hold a handgun.
And were there any corresponding purchases for gun safes around that time?
There was not.
All right. So now we're going to move to May 27th, which is 6 days later. Tell us what happened that day.
Colt sends the defendant a text message with a attachment of a picture.
I'm going to pull up that. All right. So what time did he send this picture?
At 1:19 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that picture. And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of Colt holding a firearm with a green laser light pointing at the camera.
And based on your review of the crime scene photos, is that furniture and that room consistent with Colt's bedroom?
It is.
And does the defendant respond to that text message?
He does not.
All right, so we are going to move to May 31st, which is 4 days later. What happens that day?
There is another purchase at Academy Sports.
Okay, and what does the defendant purchase that day?
This is from the Conyers Academy Sports location, and it's a Redfield 556223 REM-COM, and this is a cleaning kit for a rifle.
And would it be a cleaning kit that could be used on the Colt Sig Sauer?
It could be, yes.
And then also on May 31st, does the defendant purchase something else that's gun related?
Yes, from Amazon.
Okay, we're going to bring up that purchase. Okay, and what is that he purchased?
The top one is a flashlight laser combo for $65.99.
And that 211.2, what is that?
That is from the Amazon identification number for the records.
And is this something that could be used on a rifle?
Yes, it could be.
And then does he purchase something else from Amazon?
Yes, the same day there is an accessory rail set purchased for $9.99.
And what is the accessory rail set for?
For a rifle.
And I'm going to pull up 211.3. Is that a picture of the accessory rail set that was purchased?
It is.
Okay. And then 111.140, a crime scene picture from Apalachee. Is that accessory or rail set that is on that firearm, the firearm used in the shooting, consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
It's consistent, yes.
Now, okay, we're going to move to June of 2024. And generally what happened on this day?
There are more gun-related purchases and more evidence of Colt's behavior.
Okay. And I misspoke. this month. We have more than one day in this month that we're going to talk about. So the first day is going to be June 1st. And what did the defendant purchase that day?
There's an Academy purchase for a bore sight laser for $12.31.
Okay. And State Exhibit 211.4, what does that show?
It shows the bore sight laser that was purchased from Amazon.
Okay. And then we're going to move to June 6th. Was something purchased that day as well?
Yes.
And where was it purchased from?
This one was from Amazon as well.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up that purchase record. What was purchased from Amazon on that day?
45-degree fiber optic iron sights for $27.99.
And what are iron sights?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. They're used on a rifle.
Are they something, another type of sight on a rifle?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up 211.5. What is that?
It's the Amazon photograph that was purchased.
And based on the brand that is seen on this picture, were the iron sights that were located on the firearm used in the shooting consistent with the ones that were purchased on June 6th?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so next day, we're going to go just move one more day ahead to June 7th. What happened on 6/7?
There were text messages.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up that first text message, June 7th. What time?
This was at 11:57 a.m.
And who sent that?
It's from the defendant
And who did he send it
to Colt.
And what does he say?
Okay, hey Bubba, hear what I'm saying right now, okay? And what I'm about to ask is not trying to start anything. Make sure you understand that, okay? Again, from the defendant at 12:04. Okay, question I have is this. Did you tell Mamu that you had the screwdriver in your hand for self-defense? Please tell me the truth, because we both know I wasn't even looking at you when you threw it at me.
Okay. Does something else happen on June 7th?
Yes,
Okay, and what is that?
there's another purchase at Academy Sports.
I'm going to pull up that purchase record. What time was this purchase?
This was at 3:41 p.m. on June 7th.
And was that after the text message about throwing the screwdriver?
Yes.
And what was purchased that day?
The first one that's highlighted is BC 17.25 round SNC 5-pack and for $19.99.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a crime scene photo from the defendant's house, 145.112. What specifically is that was purchased?
A pack of targets.
And are these targets that were found at the defendant's house consistent with the ones that were purchased that day?
They are
And where were they found in the house?
in Colt's closet.
And then was there another purchase at Academy that day?
There was.
All right, let's bring that up. And what was purchased?
Lake City, Winchester, USA, which is ammunition.
And how much was that for?
$119.99.
So based on the amount and based on the description, approximately how many rounds were in that pack?
This was a 200 round pack.
And the Lake City Winchester, were those the type of rounds or type of ammunition that were used in the Apalachee school shooting?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start by handing you 115 and 109. Oops. Can you kind of let the jury know again what those are?
109 is 223 cartridge cases from room 2.152 from Apalachee High School.
In cartridge cases, are those essentially, in layman's terms, spent rounds?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And then 115 is 18 223 cartridge cases, Lake City, Winchester, from the hallway of J floor and room 2.152.
And so based on this purchase, the Lake City Winchester rounds, are they consistent with the rounds that were actually fired, the spent rounds that were recovered in those evidence bags?
They are.
Okay, and now I'm going to show you 124 and 123. And what are those?
123 is one black colored 5.56 gun magazine and 17 Winchester 223 cartridges from the magazine on J floor, hallway J at Apalachee. And then 124 is a black and colored 5.56 gun magazine, 15 Lake City cartridge casings from magazine, or cartridges from magazine, sorry, and 15 Lake City cartridges from magazine, also from the hallway J floor from Apalachee.
Okay. And are those the unspent rounds?
They are, yes.
And are those rounds that were still in the magazines consistent, again, with what was purchased on June 7th from Academy?
Yes, they were Lake City Winchester rounds.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a morning break. We're gonna hear some time. Let me ask also, when you see captions, and this is probably self-evident, when you see captions at the top of the presentation here throughout, those are DA's office captions, just kind of, to the extent it helps you understand the record, the evidence of the records. Okay? All right, we'll be in recess for 10, 15 minutes.
I'm ready.
Bring it back. All right, let me see.
Okay. All right. So now we are moving from 6/7 to 6/10. What happened on June 10th?
There was a purchase of a tactical vest
Okay. And who was that for?
for Colt,
And who purchased it?
the defendant.
All right. So I'm going to bring up a text message from June 10th. It's a little bit hard to read, but can you tell us who this is from and who it's to, when it was sent, and what it says?
So it was from the defendant to Colt, and it was June 10th of 2024 at 10:16 a.m. And it says, "Yo, I got this for you, son, because I love you. And also so hopefully you can work on being a little more patient. Colt, when it comes to you, and if you need something, if I can do it, I will do it. But if I cannot, then I can't do it. And that's when I need you to be okay with it. Knowing that as soon as I can, I will. At the end of the day, being disrespectful and flat out being mean and ugly doesn't do anything. So please, when you feel like you're getting angry or about to lose your temper, take a deep breath and realize I'm going to make it happen at some point. Okay? I'm working hard for us, and I do not want any more of that pushing, shoving, hitting anymore. We both deserve better than that. So there's the wind up and the pitch. See you later, alligator. Love you."
And did he send an attachment?
There was an attachment, yes.
And is that the attachment?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just a screenshot of the Amazon order.
Okay. And does Colt take a picture of himself in that vest?
He does.
I'm going to pull up June 14th. Tell us what that is.
This is from Jenny's phone extraction. This is a text message from Colt to Jenny with the picture as the attachment.
And is this the attachment?
It is.
And is that consistent with the vest that was purchased on June 10th?
It is.
Okay. All right. So next we're going to move to June 20th. What happened that day?
This day, Colt sends 2 photographs to the defendant.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up that first text message. You said Colt sends it to the defendant.
That's correct.
What time did he send this picture to the defendant?
At 9:17 a.m.
And I'm going to pull up what the attachment is. Okay. Can you identify what picture Colt sent to the defendant?
This is a picture of the defendant with Jenny and little Coley.
Is there anything unusual about the picture?
It looks like the picture's been altered. Looks like the face of the defendant has been scratched or marked with something. And then also the, around the fingers, it's been scratched or marked on.
And is that your wedding ring hand?
It is.
And then you said he sent 2 pictures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, I'm going to pull up the next picture that was sent. And when was this sent?
This was sent at the same time as the last one.
Okay. And is it again from Colt to the defendant?
It is.
All right, I'm going to pull up the picture that was sent. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a picture of the defendant holding little Coley with Jenny and Colt. And this one appears to have the defendant's face cut out.
And does the defendant ever respond to these pictures?
He does not.
Okay. So we're now going to move to June 28th. What happened on June 28th?
There was another purchase from Academy.
So now this is 8 days after the Colt sends those pictures to the defendant. What does he purchase?
The one highlighted in red is M&P out the front spring for $54.99, and it is a knife.
And I'm going to pull up next slide. Was a knife consistent with that purchase found at Apalachee High School?
It was.
Okay, is that State's Exhibit 111.114?
It is.
And was that knife found in Colt's backpack?
It was.
All right, so that completes June, or that part of our summary. So now we're going to move to July of 2024. Okay, can you tell me generally kind of what happened in this month that we're going to talk about?
There's some more evidence of Colt's behavior in the month of July, and then also the defendant's search history.
Okay, so now we're at 2 months before the shooting. And on July 3rd, this is the first day we're talking about. What happens this day?
This is July 3rd at 5:27 p.m. This is a text message from Jenny to the defendant, and it says, "Hey, I think he calmed down."
And does the defendant respond to that?
He does.
Okay. And is this his response?
It is.
And what does it say?
It says, "He doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good." And then he responds again, "It tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he like calls me everything in the book."
Okay. Now, we're at July 3rd. When does Marcy move back to Barrow in relation to July 3rd?
On July 6th is when the defendant goes down to pick her up from Glenville, Georgia.
Okay. And then what's the next day in the summary after July 3rd?
I believe it's July 9th.
Okay. And what happens on July 9th?
There's an email from the defendant to Deborah Cole-Hamus.
And then what record did that come from?
It came from the Google records.
I'm going to pull up that email. Can you read that email for us?
Yes, the subject is a forwarding message back to school reminders from Colin Gray. This is his work email address, and to D. Polhamus at Hotmail, which is Deborah Polhamus's email. It says, "Hey mama, I got this from Barrow Schools. August 1st is the first day. I'm worried about Colt's first day. What was the name of that lady you spoke with regarding Colt?"
Okay. Now we're going to move to July 20th. What happens that day?
Marcy sends a text to Jenny.
And is that related to the panic attack
Yes.
that Colt had?
Yes.
All right. So I know we've already introduced these texts in through Marcy, but I want to have you read one of those texts for the jury.
Okay. This is, it says from Dab. This is the phone that Marcy was using while she was in Winder. And it says, "I told him we're taking him to the doctor next week. Going to schedule an appointment for when you and Mammy come back so she can drive us."
And you said this was a text from Marcy to Jenny. Does it come off of Jenny's phone extraction?
It does.
Okay. So in this text thread, Marcy also mentions that Colt asked them to call 911. Any records that they called 911 that day?
No, there were no records.
And as far as in this particular text message, she indicates that they were going to take Colt to the doctor next week. In reviewing the financial records, did you find any evidence that the defendant took Colt to a doctor in this time frame?
I did not.
Any evidence that he took him anytime after this?
No.
All right, so next we're going to go to July 24th. What happens on that date?
This is when Deborah Polhamus texts the defendant about getting Colt in school.
All right, so July 24th at 1:41, Deborah texts the defendant. Can you tell us what she said?
Says, hey, I am up here, but I am planning to leave tonight. Marcy said she had talked to the registrar about Colt, but the lady needs to talk to you. Wondering if you could do that before I go home. Maybe when you get home this afternoon. I know you're swamped, but you're the only one who can get this done. Thanks.
So at this point, had Colt been registered for school?
No.
Okay. And does anything else happen on July 24th?
Yes, there's another text message.
Okay, and what is that text message?
This is a text message from Marcy to the defendant at 5:34 p.m. And it says, I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up.
And is this text message from the defendant's cell phone extraction?
It is, yes.
Okay. And was his response K or okay?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to move to July 26th. What happened that day?
There was a Google record search.
Okay. So this is 2 days after Debbie had asked him to contact the school or asked the defendant to contact the school. What does the defendant do on July 26th?
There's two searches for Heyman Morris Middle School Registrar and Georgia Connections Academy, which is one of the online schools. And this one is going to be at 1:37 p.m. and 1:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, so that ends July. Now we're moving to August, 1 month before the shooting. Kind of tell us how August is shown in this timeline.
August is organized a little bit differently because there was a lot more information provided in the records for the month of August. So on each day in August, I compiled a calendar to kind of orient with each day.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the first calendar that we have for August 3rd. Can you tell the jury what the highlighted yellow means and then what's in red?
So what's in red is school-related events. So there's when the school year starts, his first day of school, the school holidays, and then the incident date. You see the dates first and second highlighted in yellow. Those are dates that Colt did not attend school. And then you see the kind of the blue box that's highlighted on the third. As we go through, the highlighted box is the day that we're talking about.
And then on days that Colt did attend school, what color will that be?
It'll be highlighted in blue on days that he did attend school.
And then as we kind of move to the next day, does anything populate on the calendar?
Yes, well, it'll kind of populate what we just talked about. So after the third, whatever we talked about on the third will populate on that date on the calendar.
And so the first day we talk about in August is August 3rd. What happens on that day?
There's some photographs that are found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up those. So we're going to start with the first photo. Earlier, we had a capture date and a modified date. Here we only have a modified date. Tell us what that means.
So a modified date doesn't necessarily mean the date that the photograph was taken. It just means that that is the date that the photograph was moved. It was either deleted or moved to a different folder. It can mean that it was sent through a messaging app or sent through some sort of social media. And so it can mean a bunch of different things, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the date that the photo was taken.
And I guess you were unable to find a photo that had the capture date. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Based on what is in the photo, can you determine a time frame for this picture?
Yes. So if you look at the picture there, Colt is wearing the vest, which we just went over that it was purchased on June 10th. Also within the evidence, there was a capture date on photos when Colt dyed his hair, which was July 25th. And so his hair is dyed in this picture. So we can kind of have a date range from July 25th until August 3rd. When he moved the picture into, it looks like a messaging app based on the data.
And what is he holding?
He's holding the rifle that was used in the shooting.
All right, and then I'm going to pull up another picture. Is that also modified on August 3rd?
It is, yes.
And did both of those pictures appear to be in Colt's room?
They did, yes.
Now we're going to pull up the final picture that is also modified on August 3rd. Tell us what that picture is of.
This is a picture of the Sig Sauer rifle sitting in Colt's computer chair. And then you can see another rifle in the background.
All right, so that ends August 3rd. Now we're going to move to August 4th. Okay. And tell us generally what happens on August 4th.
This one is going to be a text conversation.
Okay. So I'm going to pull that text conversation. Who is it between?
The defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And can you read us the text?
It says, I hate to bother you at the beach. I just need to get a little more groceries with school, rent. I'm going to ask doctor tomorrow if I can catch up next week with them. I can send it back to you on Friday. Not much. Thank you either way.
Okay. And where is the defendant working at this time?
Kevin Price Construction.
And based on his bank records, about how often was he paid and how much?
Based on his bank records, he was getting paid weekly, $1,429, and with a $750 truck allowance per month.
Okay. And we're going to move to August 5th. What happened that day?
There were more photographs found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And then were there also, sorry, this is Debbie's response. Before we move to the next day, what did she respond?
This is from August 4th as in response to that message. I sent money. Colt needs to be in school tomorrow, please.
Okay. All right. So we're moving to August 5th, and you said there are more pictures that are on Colt's cell phone. So I'm going to pull up those from August 5th. Tell me about those photos.
These are the same kind of scenario as the previous ones. So they have a modified date of August 5th. Again, he's wearing the tan vest in both of these photos with the dyed hair. So after July 25th of 2024 and prior to August 5th of 2024. And in the picture on the right, he's holding a firearm, a rifle, and you can see the 45-degree iron sight on that in that picture.
All right. So now we're going to move to August 9th. Okay. Tell us generally what happens this day.
On this day, there were photographs found on Colt's phone of a school shooter shrine.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull those up. Are these were there 3 photos found?
There were.
Okay, and you previously mentioned the other photos had a modified date. Do these have a captured date?
They do have a capture date.
Can you tell us what the captured date and time of each of these photos is?
So you can see on the bottom of these three snips, it shows the camera make, camera model, capture time. They're at August 9th, 2024 at 5:05 a.m., 5:06 a.m., and 5:10 a.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to zoom in on one of those pictures so you can see the background. Can you identify who these pictures are of?
These pictures are of Nicholas Cruz.
And again, and you may have already said this, but does this appear to be in Colt's room?
It is.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the picture that was taken on September 4th of Colt's wall?
I have, yes.
Okay. Do those pictures appear to be in the same configuration as the photos that were on his wall on September 4th?
They are.
Now, you said it was taken at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
Based on your review of the location data from the defendant's phone, would he generally be home at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, it seemed as if he had a typical work schedule of 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay.
as a whole.
So generally would leave the house around what time?
I believe 6:30,
And then generally would get home around what time?
depending between 4 and 5. Some days were different.
And when he got home, would he generally stay home?
Yes.
All right. So also on August 9th, we have another picture of Colt. Can you tell us about that picture?
This picture is a modified date of August 9th of 2024. And this one, he has his hair dyed. So somewhere between July 25th and August 9th of 2024. And he is holding a gun. This one is not consistent with the Sig Sauer, but this is a shotgun that was consistent with the one found in the defendant's closet during the search of the house.
All right. And does that also appear to be taken in Colt's room based on the background?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up next the calendar for August, and we're next talking about August 10th. Can you tell us what happens on this date?
There's a Google web history for the defendant.
So I'm going to pull up that Google history. You said it was the defendant's history.
It is, yes.
What does he look up and what time?
So this was, it says visited online therapy with a licensed therapist. And what visited means is just that a URL was accessed at the specific time. So as if like that specific, when you click on that, it'll take you to the URL.
Okay.
And it was at 12:35 p.m.
So those Google records are in UTC time and you had to convert them.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. The next day is August 11th. I'm going to pull up our calendar again. Tell us what happened on August 11th.
This is a text message that Colt sends the defendant.
Okay. Can you tell us what that text message says and when he sent it?
This was August 11th at 11:22 a.m. And he says, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56? If they don't have, and 5.56, 223 will do.
All right. So the rounds that he is asking, are they consistent with the ammunition that would be used in Colt's gun?
Yes.
And does the defendant respond to this particular text message?
No.
All right, we're going to move to next. I guess he sends a follow-up text, Colt does, to the defendant. And what does he say?
On the way home, of course.
All right. So we're going to move to August 12th. What happens on August 12th?
On August 12th, there is a web history search from the defendant's phone extraction.
All right. So now we're We're one day after Colt asked the defendant to buy 150 rounds of ammunition. We're on August 12th, and what does he search for?
At 9:46 p.m., he searches for 223 ammunition.
And is that the kind of ammunition that Colt had asked him to buy for him the day before?
It is, yes.
All right, so now we are going to move to August 14th, which is just 2 days later. All right, so take us through in terms of Colt's school between his registration date of August 6th and August 14th. Did he attend school at all?
No, he has not attended. So he registered on the 6th of August, and this is now a week and 1 day later. All those days he did not attend school.
All right, so is August 14th his first day of school?
It is, yes.
And around what time does his school start?
I believe it's 8:15.
And what does Colt do before school starts?
Colt calls the defendant.
I'm going to pull up the calls. What time does he call him, and does the defendant answer?
He calls at 6:48 a.m. and he does not answer.
When the defendant doesn't answer, what does Colt do?
He starts sending the defendant text messages.
And again, are these text messages before the school day starts?
It is, yes.
Okay. We're going to just go through those text messages between Colt and the defendant. So the first one is at 6:49 a.m.
Yes, it says, "I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you."
And are all these text messages kind of like back to back to back to back?
They are. "No more apologies. I have fucking had it with you. The way you twist shit is so old. You fucking caused this."
All right, I'm going to stop for just a second. So as we're reading through these, it says there's a line that says red. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so the red, it shows, so the message at the bottom shows 6:50 and 37 seconds. And then the red is 6:52. So that's when the message was actually opened in the messaging app.
That indicates the defendant opened the message at 6:52.
That's correct.
All right, so he says, "You effing caused this," and then what does Colt say next?
"Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands. Fuck you. Drive off a fucking cliff."
Okay. So based on your review of the records, is this the first day Colt attends school since May 19th of 2023? Or May of 2023?
I believe he wasn't in school all of 2023, so it would have been before that.
Or I guess went from Jefferson to here.
Yes,
So he has not attended school since he had been in Jefferson.
that's correct.
Okay. So Colt sends these text messages, and what happens after that?
The defendant drives and picks up Colt and takes him to Apalachee High School.
Does he respond to the text messages?
He does
at all?
not.
Okay. So you said he takes him to Apalachee High School. How do you know that?
These are the location records that I spoke about earlier. This is through the program tracks, and the little red dot that you can see on the yellow pin, that's a specific location from his cell phone extraction data. So this is the one on the left is at 8:12 a.m. and that's the first time that we see his location data from his cell phone arrive at Apalachee High School. And then the one on the right is 8:19 a.m. and that's when he is leaving Apalachee High School.
Okay. So he's there for 7 minutes.
That's correct, yes.
Now, what else happens on August 14th?
In his Google records, or in the defendant's Google records, there's a reminder set in the calendar.
Let's pull up that reminder. Whose calendar and what is the reminder for?
This is a calendar from the Google records for the email address associated with the defendant. And this is a reminder that the title is Zoloft, and the start date is Wednesday, August 14th at 10 p.m.
Okay. And at this time, on August 14th, was Marcy still living at the house?
Yes, she was.
Okay. At this point, had the defendant, or I guess Marcy, set up insurance through the defendant's work for the family?
Yes.
And based on your review of the records, when did that insurance start?
It was supposed to start July 1st, but the paperwork wasn't completed until July 31st. And then so the first date that the insurance was started was August 1st.
So we're going to move to August 15th. What day of the week is that?
It's a Thursday.
And did Colt attend school that Thursday?
No, he did not.
What's the first thing that happens on August 15th?
There's text messages between, I believe, Marcy and the defendant.
We're going to, so you've added some time, like a timeline also, or a time of text messages at the top. Is that because a lot happens on this day?
That's correct.
All right. So these first text messages are between who?
Between Marcy and the defendant.
And what's the time frame for when they're sent?
7:11 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay. And will you read those text messages?
Yes, it says Colt said his neck hurts and he's nauseous, so he's taking today off school. And the defendant responds, "What?" And Marcy says, "He said if you have a problem with it, he would talk to you." And then Marcy says, "Do you want to talk to him?" And then defendant responds, "It's his second day."
Okay. And so then after these text messages, what happens?
Colt then sends the defendant a text message.
All right. And can you tell us the time frame for these texts?
These texts are from 7:54 a.m. to 8:56 a.m.
All right. And what does Colt say?
He says, "Yo, can I get a headset that's on sale for $70? Stop ignoring my texts. I know you see them."
And was that much later than that first text?
It was. This one was at 8:56 a.m.
Okay. So now we're going to move to the next conversation. And is that also between Colt and the defendant?
It is.
And what's the time frame of this conversation?
This is between 11:04 a.m. and 11:08 a.m.
And what does Colt say?
He says, "Mama just attacked me. Kept saying, fight me, like seriously. Tried to grab my gun. So I pushed her out of my room and onto the ground. I took a video, but it won't let me send it."
Okay, so in that text, Colt mentions taking a video. Were you able to find a video on Colt's extraction?
I did not find a video.
Did you find anything from that time frame, like a picture or anything?
Yes, a lot of times if you delete a video, sometimes there will be, I guess what easiest way to say is remnants of the video. So kind of still photos that you can find in the metadata of the phone extraction. And so there was a photograph that appeared as if it came from a video on the state.
Okay, and is this that photo?
It is.
And this one was previously introduced through Marcy, but would it have been kind of taken in that time frame, or appear to have been taken in the time frame of those text messages or of that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then Colt now sends another text.
This is at 11:07 a.m. She kept saying, "Fight me," and she tried to grab my gun.
And what does the defendant say?
Just out of the blue. And he responds, "Yep." And the defendant at 11:08, "Why did she attack you?"
And does Colt respond at 11:08?
He doesn't. He responds, but it's several hours later.
Okay. So in between when Colt responds to the defendant, what does the defendant do?
There is a text message, I believe.
Okay. And Is that between Debbie and the defendant?
Yes.
And what time frame is that text message?
11:14 a.m. to 11:15 a.m.
And what does the defendant say to Debbie?
He says, Mama, I need you to call Colt or Marcy. I'm at work with my boss today and the shit has hit the fan at home. Colt didn't go to school today. And then Debbie responds, I'm talking to Colt right now. Don't worry.
Okay. So after that, so about 8 minutes later, does Marcy call the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And what does, or approximately how long is that phone call?
It's about 1 minute and 55 seconds.
5 minutes after that phone call between Marcy and the defendant, does the defendant then text Debbie again?
Yes.
All right. So at 11:28, the defendant texts Debbie, and what does he say?
Look, I just got a call from her crying so bad, said she is scared. I just found out Jenny is at home today. I'm going to end up losing my job, Mama. Did you talk to her? Debbie responds, I told her to go into her bedroom and stay there. I told Colt the same thing. I think she got mad because I called her out for letting them stay home. She had obviously taken too much of her Seroquel. Charlie wants to come and get her, and I agree. You guys are doing too good for her to screw it up. We will plan to come in the morning while you are working, if that's okay.
Okay. So that's 11:32. And then when does Colt finally respond to the defendant's text message about what happened?
At 1:52 p.m.,
Okay. And what does he say?
she was grabbing for my rifle, and I didn't know what she planned to do with it. So I kind of acted in fight or flight.
And how does the defendant respond to that?
He responds, it's all good. Why was the gun involved? Or how?
And
Colt-
then what? Yeah, so-
Colt responds, I don't know. She backed me into my room and started talking about, oh, are you going to get your gun? Even though I wasn't, and then she grabbed it.
All right, so that is at 1:54 p.m. that Colt sends that text message to the defendant. What does the defendant do next?
He then, there's a search about an hour after this text.
Okay, so what time is that search?
At 2:51 p.m., and it is, where do I take my son for anxiety near Winder, Georgia?
Are there any other corresponding, other than that search, has he visited any websites related to this that you're aware of?
Not at this time.
Okay. Now, does Colt send the defendant some more text messages?
He does.
And kind of when in relation to that search are these sent?
This is about an hour after that search. That was on the defendant's phone, and Colt sends the defendant a message, and it's just an attachment of what appears to be a bore site from Amazon.
And then what does Colt say?
Could you please buy this?
All right, so that is the last thing on August 15th. So now we're going to move to August 16th. What day of the week is this?
It's a Friday.
And does Colt go to school this day?
He does not.
And what does Marcy do on August 16th based on your review of the evidence?
She goes back to Fitzgerald.
And does Marcy stay in Fitzgerald from August 16th until after the shooting?
Yes, she does.
All right, so on this day, on August 16th, so August 15th, Colt sends the text asking for a bore site. Does the defendant buy that bore site?
He does.
Does he do that on August 16th?
He does.
Okay. And how much was that bore site?
It was $15.99.
And what is this a picture of, 211.6?
The bore site that matches the Amazon records.
And was a bore site consistent with that found at the defendant's house?
Yes.
So that's 145.67. What that bore site, can you tell me where it was found? Or is that a bore site, and where was it found in the house?
This was in the defendant's bedroom, and it's the one circled in red next to just the ammunition, and it's inside of a pair of goggles.
All right, so still on August 16th, the defendant buys a bore site. What happens next?
Colt sends him a text message.
Okay. So the text message is at 9 a.m. Can you read the text message that Colt sends the defendant?
He says, "I'm restraining myself. As for what I feel like doing right now, I have barely any control over."
All right. So that was 9 a.m. on August 16th. And now we're going to move to August 16th at 10:30 a.m. What does the defendant do an hour and a half after Colt sends that text about restraining himself?
He searches troubled teen options near Athens, Georgia.
Okay. And does he, at this time, visit any websites related to that search?
Yes, he does.
What is the first website he visits?
Eagle Overlook.
I'm gonna pull up that. Okay, so at the top of this record, it says cookie. Tell us what that means.
A cookie is just kind of small pieces of text that websites use to collect information about you. So when nowadays you pull up your internet and you type in go to a website, it'll say, do you want to allow cookies? When you do allow those cookies, then that allows that website to keep track of any information that you are putting on that website.
And so essentially, if you visit a website, there will be a cookie related to that website, does it?
Yes.
And what time was this website accessed?
This was at 10:32 a.m.
Now I'm going to pull up our next picture. And what is this a picture of?
This is the picture of when you go to this website, Equal Overlook, and it is a top-rated drug addiction treatment center for teens in the Georgia area and mental health treatments for teens.
Okay. And then we're going to move to his next website visited. What website did the defendant visit next?
Wolf Creek Academy,
Okay, what time did he visit that?
10:35 a.m.
All right. And tell us what this is a picture of.
This is a picture of the website when you go to Wolf Creek Academy, and it's a therapeutic boarding school for troubled teens.
Okay. And for Eagle Overlook as well as Wolf Creek Academy, is there any evidence from the defendant's phone records that he contacted either of these facilities?
No.
All right. So we're still on August 16th. What happens next?
Colt texts the defendant.
Okay. And what does Colt say to the defendant?
At 11:46 a.m., he says, "Hey, if we can get 150 rounds, that's fine. But could we get at least 50? You said when you got paid, you'd get it."
Okay. So we have that first text from August 11th where Colt is asking for 150 rounds of ammunition. And then now we have another text saying, hey, or you can give me 50. Between August 11th and September 4th, based on your review of the digital evidence and the shooting range records, did the defendant take Colt to a shooting range?
No,
Did he take him hunting?
no,
Any indication that Colt and the defendant were hunting or were planning on going hunting or shooting in August or September?
not in any of the digital records.
And then is there any indication that Colt and the defendant went hunting or to a shooting range in 2024 other than the two times we've seen?
No,
So Colt and the defendant went together only twice.
that's correct.
And then any indication that they went hunting at any point from the digital records in 2024?
No.
When does a typical hunting season start in Georgia?
I think it depends on whether it's bow or rifle, but with the rifle, I believe it's always usually mid to late October.
And then when did the defendant read this text from Colt?
At 11:47 a.m.
Okay. And what is the next item of note?
At 11:55 a.m., which is about 10 minutes after, he searches child psychology and child psychologist near Bethlehem, Georgia. One being at 11:55 a.m. and the other one being at 12:23 p.m.
Okay. And then after that search, does he again visit specific websites related to that search?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the first one he visits?
Hope Anger Management at 12:24 p.m.
I'm going to pull up this picture. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the About section of the Hope Anger Management when you pull up their website. It offers services for behavioral issues, mental health, and therapy.
And then does he visit another website related to the child psychologist search?
He does.
And what website is that?
ccswinder.com at 12:25 p.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up a picture from that website and tell us what this shows us.
This is Comprehensive Counseling Services, the website that would come from the URL. And it's a community-based health center that provides mental health therapy.
Okay. And does the defendant contact either of these two places, Hope Anger Management or Comprehensive Counseling, based on your review of the digital evidence?
No.
Does he contact a mental health provider, though, that day?
Yes.
Okay. And who does he contact?
Dawn Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
I'm going to pull up that contact. This has also already been admitted into evidence, but if you could just remind the jury what time and what he said to Dawn Crook to kind of put it in, basically put it in relation to the other text messages we've seen today.
So this was at 12:41 p.m. So kind of 20 minutes after the last search. He sends a submission form to Enlightenment Counseling that says, I am a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest, 14 years old. We have had a very difficult past couple of years and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
Okay. And so after he sends this to Dawn Crook about Colt, does he respond to Colt's text messages about the ammunition?
He does.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that response.
This is at 2:05 p.m. On the way home, please, Bubba, tonight, let's just be mellow. Please, I have a need to work through. Just remember, I love you.
And then what does Colt say to that?
He responds, did you see my text?
And was that at 2:06?
It is, yes.
And what does the defendant say to that?
He says, yes, later. I need to pay everything first, but we will.
And I guess the previous text messages were those about buying ammunition.
Yes.
All right. So now we're still on August 16th. Now we've already been through all of the Dawn Crook messages. I don't want to bring them all up. But Dawn Crook does respond to the defendant.
She does, yes.
Okay. And is it on this day?
It is, yes.
Okay. And does he respond to her email to him?
He does.
Okay. Now I'm going to put up is this his second response?
It is his second response.
And can you remind the jury what he said to Dawn and what time he said it?
He said, do you have a number that I can call once I'm not in the field? And this is at 2:40 p.m.
And so, assuming the field is work, where was the defendant when he sent this message?
He was at his house, 896 Harrison Mill. And on the left-hand side, you can see wireless network. This is wireless network connection. He connected to Gray Fam Wi-Fi, which is the Wi-Fi for the house. And it was first connected at 2:34, again connected at 2:50. So he was at the house during that email.
So fair to say he was not in the field at that time.
Correct.
And now we're still on August 16th. What does the defendant do next?
He searches for gun safes.
And how, in relation to that last email to Don Crook, where he's asking her to give him a number to call, what time frame are these gun searches?
It's about, I think 11 minutes. The last one was at 2:40, so around 11 minutes after that response.
So 11 minutes after that, what does he search for?
He searches for gun safes, and these are the images that came up in the search. And this is from 2:51 p.m. on the far left to 2:52 p.m. on the far right.
And what kind of gun safes is he searching for?
It appears to be some gun safes that can hold rifles and a couple other gun safes that can hold handguns.
Right, and then we have some more searches. Are these also searches for gun safes?
They are, and the time frame for these was 2:52 p.m. until 3:14 p.m. So I think in total it was about 20 minutes.
In the defendant's financial records, are there any corresponding purchases for gun safes?
No.
Were there any gun-related purchases for accessories?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens on August 16th?
There is a phone call.
Before we get to the phone call, does the defendant send a screenshot of his response to Don Crook, to Debbie?
He does.
Okay. And what time does he send that screenshot of what Don Crook said to him?
This is at 3:46 p.m. He sends the screenshot of Don Crook's response to Debbie Polhamus.
Okay. And so after he sends that screenshot showing Debbie that he's reached out to Don Crook, does Don Crook attempt to call him?
She does, yes.
All right. And what day was that?
It was August 16th at 4:35 p.m.
And does the defendant answer?
He does not.
Okay. And we've already heard that voicemail, but did she leave a voicemail?
She did.
All right. So that ends August 16th. We're going to move to August 21st. Take us through. So August 16th, Colt did not go to school. Does he go to school the next week?
He goes to school Monday the 19th and Tuesday the 20th.
All right. And what happens on the 21st?
He does not go to school.
Okay. And what's the first thing that we have that happens on August 21st?
There's another missed call and voicemail from Don Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
Okay, so this is 5 days after the first one.
Yes.
And then does he answer?
No,
Does she leave a voicemail again?
she does.
All right. Now we're still on August 21st. Does Marcy text the defendant this day?
She does.
Okay, what does she text him about?
About the Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization Center.
Okay. And again, we've introduced these through Marcy, but just for the timeline purposes, she sends this text and about them taking, or Advantage Behavioral taking their insurance. Does she also send a link to Advantage Behavioral?
She does.
Okay. Is that the link she sent?
Yes,
Does the defendant actually visit that link?
he does.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up that, which is also on August 21st at 4:39. So pretty close in time to when she sent the link. He opens it.
Yes.
And again, how do you know that he has visited the crisis stabilization unit at Advantage Behavioral Health?
This is web history from his phone extraction, meaning that the URL was visited and clicked on essentially.
Does the defendant ever respond to Marcy's text about the facility?
No.
And then after he visits the website, what happens next?
There is a follow-up email.
And again, and this is, we've introduced these previously, but this is Don Crook, again, trying to reach out to the defendant about counseling.
Yes.
Based on your review of the digital records, did the defendant ever respond to this email or either phone call?
No, he does not.
Okay, so now we're at August 25th, which is a Sunday, and it's the Sunday before the shooting. What happens on this day?
This day is another visit from web history on the defendant's phone.
Okay, and what does he visit on August 25th?
He visits again the Advantage Behavioral Health System Crisis Stabilization website.
And does he visit it, it looks like twice?
Yes,
And what-
2:11 a.m. and 2:16 a.m.
Okay. So, I think August 26th, Your Honor, is a pretty dense day. Do you want, I don't know if you want to go ahead and take a lunch.
Yeah, we're close. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Meeting recess till 1 o'clock. All right, we'll be recessed till 1.
Yeah, let's start. Good idea.
sir.
I don't have my like.
Yes, sir.
Sure, I'll see you. How, where's the, y'all show me the furthest to 9/11 monitor.
You can move this chair out the way.
Sir, what is your ability to see that monitor?
That's it right here.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
All right. All right, Investigator Gilland. We are up to August 26th of 2024, about 9 days before the shooting. Can you tell us where Marcy is at this time?
She's still in Fitzgerald.
So we have right now the 20th. Is that the last day Colt went to school between until the 26th?
Yes,
And on the 26th, does Colt go to school?
he does.
Does he do anything before he goes to school?
He does.
And what does he do?
He tries to call the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he try to call the defendant, and does the defendant answer?
7:34 a.m. and 7:35 a.m. and no.
Okay. And where is the defendant when Colt is trying to call him?
His location data from his cell phone device shows him at 896 Harrison Mill Road.
Okay, so is that his house?
It is.
After Colt tries to call the defendant at 7:34, what happens? What's our next relevant item?
A little bit later, Lisa Butler from Apalachee tries to call defendant.
So based on your review of the evidence, where is Colt at the time Lisa Butler tries to call the defendant?
He's in like the counseling office / suite at the school.
Okay. And these calls look a little bit different. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so these are not from location data from the phone. These are actually from the cellular company records. So these would be from T-Mobile. And so that's why they look a little bit different. And you'll see the date and time, and the phone number that says target number ends in 2768. So this was actually the phone number that the defendant had earlier in the year.
Okay. So this is not the phone number he is currently using.
No, it was not.
So after Lisa Butler attempts to call the defendant, does Colt attempt to call the defendant?
He does.
Okay, and what time was that at?
It was at 10:42 a.m. and 10:51 a.m.
And does the defendant answer those calls?
Yes, he does.
When the defendant answers that phone call from Colt, where is he?
He is in the vicinity south of Brazelton on 85.
How far away is that from Apalachee?
I believe being mapped, it was about 15 miles or 20 minutes, give or take.
And what happens, I guess, based on the phone records, does the defendant call Marcy after this?
I believe it was 11:23.
So about 30 minutes later, he calls Marcy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is that displayed on this
It is, yes.
slide? And where is that? Is that at the top of the slide?
Yes, in the red box at 11:23 a.m. and they spoke for 7 minutes and 31 seconds.
And does, after that call, what does Marcy do?
She sends a text message to Colt.
And these are, I think, have already been introduced through Marcy, but essentially saying, letting him know that this is Marcy, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then what does she follow up with?
She says, I sent this to you last week, not realizing I had the wrong number. It's an inpatient treatment in Athens, like we talked about several times, and you kind of said you wanted to try with the website for Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization.
And at this time, is Colt still in the counseling suite?
He is.
Okay. And do Marcy and Colt then talk about acute mania?
They do.
Okay. And after he sends her text message about acute mania, what does she say?
She responds at 11:50 a.m. But your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it since then.
All right. So in this time frame, Lisa Butler sends the defendant the email about Project Aware and copies 2 other clinicians. Do any of those clinicians follow up?
They do.
So I'm going to bring up the first one, which is from Karen Hope. What time did she send that email?
She sent it at 12:04 p.m.
And does she give her phone number or email for him to call if he has any concerns?
She does.
Okay. And we're going to take the next one out of chronological order. But does Jade Baker also follow up?
She does.
And what does she say?
This
Just
is
generally, yeah.
this is a couple of days later, but she just explains that she's going to be the one working with Colt and that she plans to work with him early next week. And if they have any concerns, provides her phone number.
And so counseling is supposed to start sometime around September 3rd or September 4th.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the first email that was introduced through Lisa Butler, did she also provide her contact information to the defendant in her email?
She did.
Okay. From viewing the defendant's phone extraction, did he ever call Karen Hope, Jade Baker, or Lisa Butler at any point?
No.
Did he ever email them with any concerns?
No.
Is the only email he sent the one where he had signed the Project Aware form?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now we are still on August 26th. Do we have some more photos from Colt's phone on this date?
We do.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that first one. Can you tell me the time of the photo and what it appears to be of?
This is August 26th at 6:25 p.m. This is again a modified date like we spoke about earlier, and it's a picture of a hand holding a box of Winchester ammunition.
Now, those consistent with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting?
Yes.
They also consistent with the type that the defendant purchased in June.
Yes,
And based on this photo, was it taken in Colt's bedroom?
it is, yes.
Going to pull up another picture from that same date. Tell us about this picture.
This is a picture from Colt's bedroom, the wire rack, and these are different types of magazines that are on top of the rack.
And then I'm going to pull up the last photo from this slide. Tell us about that.
This is a picture on Colt's bed with the blue blanket with 4 black magazines, 1 tan magazine, and then the rifle, which appears to be the 6R rifle on the bed as well.
Those magazines that are in that picture, are they consistent with the magazines that were found at Apalachee on September 4th?
They are, yes.
Now, we've talked about the defendant's work schedule. Would there be days where he would be at home when Colt was at school? And when Colt was at school?
Yes.
All right, and then what is the last thing that happens on August 26th?
There's another Amazon purchase.
And what did the defendant purchase that day?
On August 26th, it's a unisex half mask for $5.79.
And is that a picture of Colt wearing that half mask?
It is, yes.
Okay, and in the photos over there that were found on Colt's wall on September 4th, is Nicholas Cruz wearing a half mask in one of those photos?
I believe he is, yes.
Moving to August 27th. So now we're 8 days from the shooting. What happens on this day?
This is a day where Colt does not go to school. And then this is when Deborah Polhamus calls Advantage.
Okay, and we have introduced those records already in through Luke Pyatt and Vicki Lee. Are these the records that came from Advantage?
They are, yes.
And what time did Debbie call?
She called at 2:02 p.m.
And how do we know this is Debbie's phone number?
We were also able to get cellular records from the company, and it comes with subscriber records, so it shows who the number is subscribed to, which was Deborah Polhamus.
And y'all, the investigation did not include getting Debbie's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Her phone was not extracted.
We did not have a phone extraction for her, no.
Okay, and then now a little farther on August 27th, what does the defendant send Colt on this day?
This is at 4:24 p.m. He says, been trying to get in touch with y'all. Give me a call when you get this. Want to make sure everybody's okay and see how it's going for you today and make sure you're happy. I love you. Call me.
Okay, so is the defendant at work on August 27th?
He is.
And are Coley and Jenny, are they at school on August 27th?
They are.
What were their absentee dates? Was it a few?
In August, I believe Coley was only absent once, and then I believe Jenny was only absent twice.
And is Marcy still in Fitzgerald?
She is.
And then is Debbie, I guess, on her way from Fitzgerald, but she is not in Barrow County yet?
That's correct.
Okay. So on the day after Colt's anxiety attack at school, is he home alone?
He is.
Okay. All right. What else does the defendant do on the 27th?
There is another search for a gun safe.
I'm going to pull that up. And what time was that search at?
11 p.m.
And is that a safe that could be used for a rifle? To this gun safe cost?
When I looked this one up, it was around $180.
And was there any corresponding purchase for a gun safe on this date or any days between August 27th and September 4th?
There was not.
So now we're at August 28th, which is exactly 1 week before the shooting. Does Colt go to school on August 28th?
He does not.
And what's the first thing that happens of note on this day?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And is this all of his phone calls?
It is from 7:31 a.m. to 7:32 a.m.
Does the defendant answer?
He does not.
And then after the defendant doesn't answer, does Colt call him?
He sends a text
Sends him a text, yes. And what time does he send him that text?
at 7:33 a.m. And he says, dude, pick up.
After that, does Colt call the defendant again?
He does.
And does he pick up this time?
He does.
Okay. Now, after their phone conversation, do they communicate some more via text?
They do.
All right, I'm going to pull up that text message.
And this is at 7:44 a.m. And Colt sends the defendant, I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do.
Does the defendant respond to this text message?
No, he does not.
And the email that we talked about earlier from Jade Baker about giving her contact information and for the defendant to call her if he has any concerns, when did that come in comparison to this text message?
The email came approximately 10 minutes after this text message.
Okay. And again, did the defendant call her with any concerns?
No, he did not.
Do instead?
He texts Marcy and tells her to call me.
And was that just a few minutes after Colt sent the text
It
about
was.
the inconvenient truth?
Yes.
And does Marcy call him?
She does. And they talk for 6 minutes and 42 seconds.
After that, does the defendant text Colt back?
Yes.
And what does he say?
At 9:10 a.m., he says, stand by for a call.
And does he call Colt?
He does not call Colt. Colt calls him at 9:15 a.m., so about 5 minutes later, and they talk for 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right. And then after that phone conversation, does the defendant then call Marcy?
He does.
And how long do they talk?
They talk for 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
And that phone call was at 9:25,
Yes,
Was that-
a.m.
close in time to when the defendant's phone call with Colt ended.
Yes.
And after Marcy gets off the phone with the defendant, what does she start doing?
Starts texting Colt.
And what does she text them? Or what are they texting about?
Colt is texting Marcy, and he says, there are people after me and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me.
And this is a few minutes after Marcy and the defendant get off the phone.
Yes, I think it was about 4 minutes after Marcy and the defendant were on the phone.
And is this, and we've introduced these in through Marcy, is this the same text thread where the defendant texts Marcy and asks her if she's made contact with Memu or
Yes.
Colt?
Yes.
She talks to him about Colt. So here is this message where they're talking about that. And what
She says, not with my Mamu, but I'm texting with Colt. And she says, he told me about his teachers.
okay. All right, so we're still on August 28th. What is the next thing that we have?
The next thing is another photo of, from Colt's phone extraction.
We're going to pull that photo up and tell us what this is.
This is, was found on Colt's phone, and the metadata shows that it has a capture time, so of August 28th at 1:10 p.m. And it is the pictures that were on the wall of Nicholas Cruz.
And Do they appear to be the same pictures that were found on his wall on September 4th?
Yes,
And do they appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th?
yes.
All right, so we've got one more picture from Colt's phone. I'm going to bring that up. Tell us about this picture.
This picture is from Colt's phone and is a picture of Colt with the half mask on and holding what appears to be the 6-hour rifle in his hand. And this picture would have been taken within a day because we saw the records where he had ordered the half mask.
So this would have had to have been taken on August 27th or August 28th.
That's correct.
All right, now we're up to August 29th. Tell us what happens on this day.
Colt did not go to school this day, and there are some text messages that the defendant sends to Marcy.
Okay. All right, so we're going to first start with the text that the defendant sent to Marcy. And what does he say?
He says, I wish that she would just take him back home with her for this long weekend so we can just figure out what we're doing without having to confrontation or anything.
And that was at 8:10 a.m.
Yes.
And does, after this text message, does the defendant text Jan O'Brien?
He does.
And who is Jan O'Brien?
It's his sister, the defendant's sister.
Okay, I'm going to put that text up. And tell us about that.
He sends the message, morning sister, I don't know. We're having a little bit of trouble with Colt. I think he needs to be like, are you camp or something along those lines where he can go and get the help he needs and stay there until he does. It's been really difficult. I just wanted to give you an update.
Okay. And then the next thing that happens, tell us what happens next.
There's a text conversation between Colt and Marcy. This is at 10:27 a.m.
What does Marcy ask Colt?
She says, how do you feel today, Colty?
And how does he respond?
He says, yeah, I'm here. Sorry. It's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school. Trust.
Okay. And hold on 1 second. Okay, and so after he essentially says things are getting worse, what does Marcy do next?
She starts searching things on the internet.
And in the time frame between when that text was and when she started searching, what was that time frame?
It was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And what does she start searching for?
The first search is 259, which is school shooter Nick.
Okay. And then we're going to bring up that next search. And what time was that at?
At 3:00 p.m. And the search is school shooter parents charged with manslaughter.
Okay. And then our third search.
It's a web history. So she visited the URL at 3:00. What James Crumbley's manslaughter conviction means for parents.
And just briefly for context, who is James Crumbley?
He is the father of Ethan Crumbley, who was a 15-year-old that shot and killed students in Oxford, Michigan.
And was James Crumbley, the father, arrested related to that case?
He was.
Okay. So at 3:00, she visits that particular article. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So after she visits that article, what does she do next?
At 3:05, there is a search. Why were Ethan Crumbly parents charged?
Okay. And then we're going to bring up another search or another article that she read. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is the web history at 3:05. What led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict?
And is Jennifer Crumbly Ethan's mother?
She is, yes.
And was she also arrested in connection with that case?
She was.
And then we're going to bring up the next search. And what is that?
At 3:09 p.m., she searched Safe Storage Gun Laws, Georgia.
And again, for context, what are safe storage gun laws?
It's just laws in regards to storing your firearms away from children.
And we're going to pull up her next search. And tell us about this.
This is a web history where the title is Secure Storage or Child Access Prevention Required, Everytown Research and Policy.
And we're going to bring up one more. Okay, and what did is this another website she visited?
This is a cookie that we talked about earlier. It's giffords.org at 3:13 p.m. And this is, I guess, like a group of activists that are trying to promote gun safety.
Okay. And so a few minutes essentially after Colt texts her and says he's worse, she starts searching for Ethan Crumbly. Does she talk to the defendant close in time to her searches?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that phone log. Okay, tell us about how long after that last search and how long their conversation was.
It was approximately 30 minutes after the searches at 3:55 p.m. And they talked for 14 minutes and 11 seconds.
What time do they get off the phone?
Around 4:10 p.m. to 4:11 p.m.
Okay. And essentially, as soon as Marcy gets off the phone at 4:11, what does she do?
She goes back to a website, what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict.
And was that a website that she had previously visited?
It was, yes.
All right. And then after this website visit, does Marcy talk to the defendant again?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that. Is this kind of the timeline extraction we were talking about where it has Marcy's phone calls, but also her search history?
Yes, so from the same day, yes.
So it looks like around 8 minutes after she accessed what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's verdict, she spoke with the defendant?
Yes, and then there's an 8-minute call, a 1-minute call, a 4-minute call, a 5-minute call, a 1-minute call, and then some more web history visits after that.
And are those web history visits also related to why Ethan Crumbly's parents were charged?
Yes, and then the last one was Mental Health Hospital, Athens, Georgia.
Okay, so it looks like there are about 6 phone calls between Marcy and the defendant after that search related to James and Jennifer Crumbly. Based on your review of the phone extractions, is that an unusual amount of phone calls for them in that short period of time?
Yes, around this time, yes.
All right, so now we're finished with August 29th. We're moving to August 30th, which is a Friday. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. All right, so on August 30th, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he call the defendant?
At 7:04 a.m.
And do they speak?
They do not.
All right, and what does Colt do after the defendant doesn't answer?
At 7:05 a.m., he sends him a text message that says, "You forgot to give me my Zoloft."
And then at Also, on August 30th, the defendant and Marcy talked again.
They do.
And do they again have a lot of phone calls?
Yes, I think there were approximately 16.
I'm gonna pull those up. Kind of take us through these phone calls.
They start at 9:50 a.m. and go all the way until 9:28 p.m. And there's a few minutes here and there. The first one, 13 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
August 31st, based on your review of the evidence, this is a Saturday. What's supposed to be happening this Saturday, or what has been talked about happening this Saturday?
This is the day in which Marcy and her mother were coming up to Winder from Fitzgerald, and they had all talked about taking Colt to Athens or Advantage Behavioral Health in Athens.
Does kind of that morning, does Marcy text the defendant about coming up?
She does.
Okay, and let's bring up that text message. What does it say?
This is 10:24 a.m. About to leave Fitz. Mamu isn't coming to stay because my daddy's birthday is tomorrow. Can you and Boo meet us halfway so she doesn't have to drive all the way up and back in one day with a broken hand?
And do Marcy and the defendant have a phone call after that?
They do.
Okay, let's pull that up. How long was that phone call and when was it at?
It was at 10:43 a.m. and they spoke for approximately 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. So they talk, and then what happens next with the defendant?
He then sends a text to his sister.
Is this the Jan O'Brien he previously sent a text to about Colt going to a camp?
Yes.
We're going to pull that text up. So this text is about 15 minutes after, or 20 minutes after he texted Marcy texted him. Tell us what the defendant texts Jan O'Brien.
This is at 11:05 a.m. He says, I hope everything is going good for you. I need a favor if possible. I'm a couple dollars short on rent and wanted to see if I can borrow some money, and I will Zelle it back to you Friday. I'm short because of co-pays for doctors for Colt. I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can try to help him. He had a full-on panic attack at school Wednesday. So I'm trying to get him into a psychologist in Athens. I'm doing the best I can and work 60 hours a week. Anyway, I will give it back next week. It's just crappy timing.
And does she respond?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says, how much do you need?
And then what does the defendant say back?
And he responds, 200, gets my rent paid, and I'll count change for next week.
Okay. So in that first text message to Jan about checking Colt into a place to get him help, he also says he's short on money because he's been paying co-pays for doctors for Colt. You mentioned earlier that as of July 24th, there was no evidence that the defendant had paid for any doctors for Colt. Between July 24th and August 31st, were there any payments to doctors' offices?
Not other than the medicine will.
And the medicine will, is that related to the defendant?
It is, yes.
Okay, and tell me just briefly what those, time frame of those visits, how often do they happen?
I believe it was once a month or sometimes twice a month.
And so other than the defendant going to the medicine will, there are no other payments for doctors?
There are not.
Okay. And at this point, does the defendant have insurance?
Yes, he does.
And did Jan, in fact, send him money?
She did.
Okay. And what happens next?
The defendant receives some text messages from Marcy.
And what are these text messages about?
She says, so that's it. You were prepared to spend money on gas and everything else to go to Lake Blue Ridge, but you can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours and pick me up. That's bullshit, and you know it. At 2:01 p.m., I can't believe how selfish you're being. Me and Boo have literally been counting down the days for 2 effing weeks till I could come visit. I would never have done this to you.
And I know this is a little bit out of the timeline, but after the defendant texts Jan about the co-pays, does he continue to have a conversation with her?
They do, yes.
And what is it about?
There was a Georgia Bulldogs game that day, so they were just talking back and forth about the game.
And so this first text message is at 12:48 about the game being a defensive battle. Does Jan respond to that?
She does.
Okay. Agrees it's a defensive battle, and then the defendant responds. What does he say?
Oh, OMG, Jano, our QB is going to win the Heisman Trophy. Just still talking about the game.
And do they kind of continuously talk about the game until the game is over?
They do.
Okay. So we're still on August 31st, the day they're supposed to go to Advantage Behavioral. Does the defendant take Colt to Athens that day?
He does.
Okay. And does he take him to the crisis stabilization place in Advantage?
No, he does not.
Okay. Where does he go in Athens first?
They first stop at Sonic at 4:09 p.m.
Okay. And how did you know that?
By the location data associated with his cell phone records, his being the defendant's.
Okay. And then after they leave Sonic, where do they go?
They go to a Wells Fargo ATM.
I'm going to pull up that Wells Fargo ATM. And where is that Wells Fargo?
It's off of Mitchell Bridge Road in Athens.
And what does he do when he gets to the ATM?
He withdraws approximately $400.
And approximately how much money did Jan send him?
She sent $444.
Okay. So he gets to the ATM at 4:18, withdraws $400. You said it's off Mitchell Bridge Road. Is Advantage Behavioral also off Mitchell Bridge Road?
It is.
Approximately how far from Wells Fargo that the defendant was at 4:18 is Advantage?
It's approximately 2.17 miles.
So does he then go to Advantage?
No.
Where does he go?
He goes to the Guitar Center.
And where's the Guitar Center?
I believe it is off the Oconee connector, still in Athens.
Okay. And what time does he go there?
At 4:51 p.m.
And do we know if anything is purchased at the Guitar Center?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Fender hat, or like a toboggan style hat with the word Fender on it.
Okay, and I'm going to bring up that. What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of Colt from the defendant's phone with a Fender hat on.
And I'm going to pull up another photo. Where is that from?
This photograph was on Colt's phone of the hat in his lap with the tag on it.
And that was from after they left Guitar Center?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the evidence, was this hat found at Apalachee on the day of the shooting?
It was.
Okay. And is that consistent with that hat?
It is, yes.
Okay. So we're ending August. We're moving into September of 2024. What's the first day we talk about?
September 1st.
Okay. And so September 1st is 3 days before the shooting. Is September 1st, what day of the week is that?
It's a Sunday.
Okay. And what happens on that date?
Marcy sends the defendant a text message.
All right. And what does she say?
She says, "Why are you doing this?"
All right. So during this, between August 31st and now, when she sent the text to him about not picking her up, has there been any other communication? Has the defendant texted her or called her or anything?
No.
Now we're at September 2nd. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about on September 2nd?
Another photo on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay. And when was this photo taken?
This was taken September 2nd at 4:58 PM.
Okay, again, do these photos appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th, as well as they were on, I think it was August 28th?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time this photo was taken, do you have any location data for the defendant?
I did.
And where was he?
His location data from his cell phone extraction was at the residence at the house at 896 Harrison Mill.
Okay. Does Colt take another photo of the school shooter shrine on September 2nd?
He does.
I'm going to pull that up. Can you tell us what the capture time of that photo is?
This one is September 2nd at 8:45 PM.
So again, we're 2 days before the shooting. And so this photo, does it appear to be in the same configuration as the one earlier and then September 4th?
It is.
Tell me why it looks switched.
With any of the cameras now, there's selfie mode and your regular camera mode. So this one is in selfie mode, so it means it's a mirrored image. So that's why it looks flipped in the picture versus from the back side of your phone, which is just a front-facing camera.
And do we have any information about the defendant's location at the time this photo was taken?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And what information do we have?
The picture that we just saw was taken at 8:45 PM, and this location data from his cell phone extraction was 8:43 PM at the residence of 896 Harrison Mill Road.
And just to kind of briefly talk a little bit about location data, you don't have a time for every second someone is somewhere. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. It just depends on what's logged in the extraction.
And this is the only, I guess, location data point that you have in this time frame.
That's correct.
All right. Now, have you been out to the defendant's former residence?
I have.
Okay. And I'm going to bring up the crime scene sketch that was introduced through Heather Lashley. Okay. And this is State Exhibit 144 for the record. Using the sketch, can you explain the purpose of going out to the defendant's former residence off Harrison Mill Road?
Yeah, so after I found the photographs on Colt's cell phone extraction with the pictures on the wall, I wanted a kind of a measurement and visual of how big the room was and where on the wall it was in relation to the photographs.
And I'm going to hit. Can you just kind of show on the sketch where you took measurements?
Okay, so this would be Colt's room. And so I took measurements. The shrine was located on this wall. And so I took measurements from just the wall itself between, there's a window right here. And then I took measurements from here to the door frame, and then also the door frame to the bathroom door frame, which is across the hallway, and as well as just the size of the room itself.
Okay. And generally, I guess when you were at the house, when you were standing in the doorway for what was Colt's bedroom, could you see across to the wall where the school shooter photos were?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Was it, as soon as you open the door, is it visible?
Yes,
Okay. And can you see that wall also from the bathroom door?
you can. Yes.
Okay. Now you said you took measurements of the size of the room. How big was the room?
It was approximately 93 inches by 114 inches,
And then
which is relatively small.
as far as the distance from the wall to Colt's door, what was that?
It was approximately 12 feet and 2 inches.
And have you taken an opportunity to measure where 12 feet 2 inches is in this courtroom?
I did, yes.
Okay. And can you, using the board, show us where the wall would have been in relation to the bedroom door?
Sure. Good to slip down. So I marked 12 feet, 2 inches. So this would be from the box right there all the way to here is 12 feet, 2 inches. So that would be from the bedroom door frame to the, the bedroom wall to the door frame.
So if you're standing here, this is what you would see when you walked into Colt's room.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Where or what's the distance to the wall, from the wall to the bathroom door?
So then it was an additional 39 inches. So it would be approximately here from the bathroom door and then the hallway and then Colt's bedroom.
So if you were here, then this would be the bathroom door.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You just put it back.
Yeah, you can just put it back. All right, so now we're moving to September 3rd, the day before the shooting. Was this a school day?
It was.
And did Colt go to school this day?
He did not.
What's the first, and actually, I missed one thing. We've got another photo on September 2nd that I need to bring up. Tell us about these photos.
These are from Colt's phone extraction from the 2nd of September, 9/12. These are modified and were sent in a messaging app. Excuse me. Like the photographs before, we can say that this is anywhere from July 25th until September 2nd.
And that's because July 25th is when he dyed his hair.
That's correct.
Okay. And are these, do they appear to be in Colt's bedroom?
They are, yes.
All right. So now we're moving to September 3rd. Colt did not go to school this day. What's the first thing that happens on this?
There's some text messages between the defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. Let's bring up September 3rd. What happens on this day?
Deborah Polhamus sends a message to him that says, "Let me know when to pay. Marcy wants to know why she has not heard from you guys, if there is a specific reason."
Okay. And did she Zelle the defendant money?
She did.
Approximately how much?
It was $100.
Between Saturday morning of August 31st and this text with Debbie, did the defendant communicate with Marcy at all?
No, he did not.
Does the defendant text Marcy after this exchange?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And we have one more text with Debbie where she says, "Did Colt go to school? Gonna Zelle now." And then the defendant sends Marcy a text. Can you tell us about that text?
He actually sends this text to Deborah Polhamus. And it says, "Shoot, he told me he was. I texted him twice during the day, and when he didn't answer, I knew he didn't. But I didn't get upset with him. I told him I need him to go because it's part of getting the resources involved."
All right. And what was the next text?
This is also again to Deborah Polhamus. "He was great all weekend. No fights or arguing or nothing. I think he just has to break the ice and go back. Then he will be good."
All right. And now we are up to his text message to Marcy.
And this one's to Marcy at 7:31 p.m. "Hey, sorry, just trying to keep everyone and everything together and calm. It's not the easiest thing, but I want you to talk to Boo regardless, okay?"
And does Marcy respond?
She responds, she says, "I've been talking to all three of the kids every day. You were the only one ignoring me." And he responds, "Okay, good."
So this last text is at 8:25 p.m. What does the defendant do next?
He then searches for another gun safe at 10:49 p.m.
And is this gun safe approximately the same amount of money as the other ones?
It is, yes.
Between the money that the defendant is being given by Jan and Debbie, as well as his paycheck and his truck allowance, did he make about $9,000 in the month of August?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the day of the shooting, September 4th. How is this part of the presentation laid out?
This is more kind of minute and hour chronologically.
All right, so we're going to start with when the defendant leaves home. When does he leave home?
So he's still at home at 6:47 a.m. And then you see his device start to move at 6:53 a.m.
And based on your records or your review of the digital evidence, does he go to work?
He does, yes.
Does Colt take the bus to school that day?
He does, yes.
And approximately what time does he get on the bus?
At 7:46 a.m.
And is this from the surveillance videos?
It is, yes.
What time does Colt get to school?
He arrives at school at 7:59 a.m., which is the photograph on the left. And then he enters first period at 8:01, which is the photograph on the right.
Now, Jenny gets to school after after Colt, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens next?
Jenny calls the defendant at 8:29 a.m. and it's about a minute and 45-second call.
And is that around the time she gets to school?
Yes.
Then what happens?
And then Colt sends the defendant a text at 8:30 a.m. that says, "I will text you in about an hour. It's important, so please answer when I do." And then the defendant responds at 8:32, "Okay, what are you going to be texting me about? Is everything okay?" And Colt responds, "Yep."
All right, so Colt is in first period when he's texting the defendant these texts.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, has he texted Marcy at all?
No.
Now, what time does Colt go to second period?
At around 9:40 a.m.
And what happens while Colt is in second period?
He sends another text message to the defendant.
And what time is that text message?
It's at 9:42 a.m. that says, "I'm sorry."
And then, what does he say?
"It's not your fault." And then the defendant responds, "What's wrong, Bubba? You didn't do anything?"
Did Colt respond to either of these two text messages?
No, he did not.
And what is that last one?
He says, "Hey, what's wrong?"
So this is about approximately 40 minutes before the shooting starts. Is the defendant reading these texts as he's getting them?
Yes.
So at 9:43, he sends the last text. And what's the next thing he does?
He tries to call Marcy and then calls Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. At any point between getting the text, "I'm sorry," and calling Marcy or Deborah, does he try to call the school?
He does not.
Does he try to call 911?
He does not.
So what happens at 9:46?
At 9:46, he tries to call Colt. And then at 9:48 a.m., he sends,
Or this is Marcy.
oh, sorry. Marcy tries to call Colt, and he doesn't answer. And at 9:48, Marcy texts Colt, "Hope you're okay, Colty. Text me and let me know you're good."
And does Marcy then kind of follow up with the defendant about her trying to text Colt?
Yes.
And what does she say?
She texts the defendant, "No answer. I texted him too." And then he responds, "Tell your mama to text him."
And where is the defendant at the time of these text messages?
He was at work in Forsyth County.
right, so what happens next?
At 9:50 a.m. is when Marcy calls Lisa Butler.
And again, approximately how long was that phone call?
It was approximately 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
And so she gets off the phone with her around 9:59. Is that correct?
Yes.
So while they're on the phone, what happens?
Colt leaves second period and he goes to the bathroom at 9:54 a.m.
So at this point, has Colt texted Marcy?
No, he has not.
Does he then text Marcy while he's in the bathroom?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:02 a.m., he sends a text to Marcy that says, "I'm sorry." And Marcy responds about what?
Does Colt respond to that text? Or I guess, what does Colt do instead of responding to Marcy's text? Does he text the defendant?
I was about to say, I think he texts the defendant and doesn't respond to Marcy.
And what time does he text the defendant?
At 10:03 a.m., he says, "No, I love you and Jenny and Coley." And then says, "You're not to blame for any of it." And then at 10:04 a.m., he responds, "Any of what, Bubba? Please tell me you're okay right now, please."
And at the time that the text comes in about "know that I love you" and Jenny and Coley, is the defendant still at work?
He is, yes.
Okay. And then does the defendant try to call Colt?
He does.
And does Colt answer?
He does not.
Does he try to call the school at this point?
He does not.
And so now we're at 10:10. Where is he located?
Still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. Now we're going to move to 10:17. So we're still before the shooting, which starts at 10:22. What does Marcy send the defendant?
At 10:17 a.m., she says, "You should probably go ahead and make arrangements to leave work. They're going to need you at the school."
So she's telling him to leave work. Does he leave work?
He does not.
Okay. So at 10:22, he is still at work.
Yes.
And what happens at 10:22?
Colt begins firing.
Does the defendant attempt to send more text messages to Colt?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:23, he says, "Hey, look, let me just come get you and we'll leave. Okay, don't worry about school, no trouble. I'll come pick you up and we'll go get some lunch and just take a second, okay? And we don't even have to go back to school, okay? You gave it a good try. We can do this online. Don't just let me come get you." And at 10:27, "Baba, just give me a call, please. Let me know you're okay and let them know in the office I'm going to check you out. Just let them know and I'll come get you. And look, we just go somewhere and kind of chill and relax. Let's get through today. We'll figure out what we got to do tomorrow. Please, will you please call me?"
And where is the defendant at 10:38?
He's still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. So the next conversation I'm going to pull up is between Jenny and defendant. And this first text, what time is this?
This is earlier in the morning on September 4th, so this is 6:21 a.m.
So she's just asking about going to Dollar General to get some gum. Other than that phone call we talked about at 8:29, is there any other communication between Jenny and the defendant between this text and the one we're about to see?
No, there's not.
And what does Jenny say?
At 10:55 a.m., she says, "I'm scared."
And what does the defendant say?
He responds, "It's going to be okay."
And based on your review of the evidence, is this before the news broke that the shooting had occurred?
Yes, it is.
Does there appear to be any discussion, or I guess based on your review of the evidence, was there any discussion between Jenny and the defendant about the shooting?
No, there was not.
And does he ask any questions about what she means?
He does not.
All right, so we're going to move to 10:55 right after Jenny sends this text message to the defendant and he responds. And what happens?
The defendant sends Marcy a text that says anything. And Marcy responds, no, and now nobody is answering the phone at the front desk at the high school or at Heyman Morris Middle School
And what time was that?
at 10:56 a.m.
Okay, and based on your review of the records, is she attempting to call the schools?
Yes, between the last call and now, I believe it was, she searched Apalachee and called the school 5 times and also searched and called Heyman Morris several times.
Okay, and does the defendant ever call either school?
He does not.
Okay. And in response to her saying no one's answering, what does the defendant say?
He sends a text to Marcy. They are apparently firing people today. Like, I need that
What time was that
at 10:57 a.m.
at? And then what happens?
Marcy sends at 10:58. How far away are you from the school? You need to go there now.
And is the defendant still at work?
He is still at work.
Does he leave when she sends this text?
He does not.
And what does he respond when she says, hey, you need to leave and go to school right now?
He says super and a PM, asked if that was it and was told he didn't know. And Marcy responds, why did they fire them? And he responds, not sure on PM. And then she responds, Mama has a doctor's appointment tomorrow and then we're both coming up there.
And what does the defendant say?
He responds, okay, he was kind of ahead. And Marcy asks ahead. And he says, OMG, sorry, he was a dickhead.
Okay, and what time did the defendant send that text message?
At 11:01 a.m.
And does Jenny send him at the same time he's talking about that, does Jenny send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says 3 people are dead at the high school.
And that text was at 11:01.
Yes.
And what does he say?
11:02, he says, how do you know? How do you know? And she says, people are saying, and was an email. Please, I'm scared. And then 11:06, he sends, did you talk to Colt today?
Okay. And right before he asks if she talked to Colt today, what does he search?
At 11:05 a.m., he searches school shooting today at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And at 11:05, after Jenny has said 3 people are dead, and he's searching shooting at Apalachee High School, where is he?
He's at work.
What does he do while at work?
He then calls George Clackham.
Okay. And what time does he call George Clackham?
At 11:09 a.m.
All right. And so did Jenny and the defendant continue their conversation?
They did.
Okay. So at 11:11, what does Jenny say?
She says, are you coming to the school? And he responds, yes. And she responds, thank you. And then at 11:13, she says, they may not let us out of our lockdown thing when you arrive, but still stay. And 11:15, he says, well, I'm on the way. Have you heard from Colt?
And when does he finally leave the Forsyth County Fire Station?
At 11:18 a.m.
Okay. And while he is in the car, does Marcy send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
At 11:34, she says it's already on the news.
So defendant leaves work at 11:18. Does he go straight to Heyman Morris to pick up Jenny?
No.
Okay, where does he go?
He goes to Quick Trip.
Quick Trip? What Quick Trip?
It is in Buford, on the way from work to his residence in Bethlehem.
How long is he at the Quick Trip?
From 11:45 to 11:52, so I think approximately 7 minutes.
And does he buy something there?
He does.
And what, based on your review of the evidence, what does he buy?
So in the bank records, it shows QT and it says inside. So it usually with gas stations will distinguish if you buy something inside or buy something outside on your bank records. So this was inside for $1.79.
Okay, would that be consistent with the amount of a beverage or a drink?
Yes,
And did he buy any gas?
he did not.
So this is 11:45 to 11:52. He's at a gas station. And then do him and Jenny talk some more?
Yes.
So tell me about that.
So at 12:19 p.m., he sends a text to Jenny. Jenny, have you talked to your brother? And at 12:19, she responds, no. And at 12:20, she says, but I think we are thinking the same thing and I don't want to talk about it over text. And then at 12:20, yep, 10-4, I'll be there here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you.
And where does he go? Does he go to Heyman Morris or does he go somewhere else?
He does not go to Heyman Morris. He goes home
And what time does he get home?
at 12:27 p.m.
Okay, so he arrives home at 12:27 p.m. What time does law enforcement arrive at his house?
At 12:32 p.m.
Okay, and what is this? How do you know it's 12:32 p.m.?
This is a body cam from one of the deputies that arrived that day.
After the defendant gets to the house and after deputies arrive, who does he call?
He calls Marcy.
And what time does he call her?
He calls her at 12:38, 5 minutes and 13 seconds.
I don't have any further questions right now.
Yes. I got 1 second, Judge.
Yes. Somebody was telling me you don't need breaks. Somebody need breaks? We'll go ahead and take a.
That's fine. It's just like,
All right, we'll get in recess.
Issue to address. The sheriff sent me a text message saying that someone was taking photos in the courtroom that was not in the video. I want to bring that to the court.
No,
His name was Alan Walkham. I don't know if he's in here or not, but, I guess he's posting them all over his website. I want to make, or his Facebook page. So I want to make sure specifically he's not in here when we're playing the surveillance video.
is Alan Malcolm in the courtroom? Does anyone know Alan Malcolm? Is his Facebook have a picture? of
It
Alan
does,
Malcolm?
I can show you. I don't see him in the courtroom, but
Can we see that picture?
jury too. I don't know, the only one I got was, us and the judge. I haven't looked at his Facebook page.
It's the one that we had, yeah, it was the first guy that we picked up.
Okay.
And he has not been on the board since.
When was that?
That was
Last week.
Oh, we definitely took a picture of me today.
You didn't wear that suit twice?
Did you have to put shoes on? Yeah. Also, oh, yeah. Here's one that's stricken from the record.
I know.
Okay.
I say, we haven't seen any.
Okay, good.
How does he spell his name?
It's today, they're shutting the camera, but this is sheriff.
How's he spell it? How does he spell it?
B-A-U-G-H-T-U-S.
How's he spell it?
A-L-A-N.
He's probably watching it online.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
That's
I don't know. That was just. That's what I got to get out.
No, you have to change
Well,
something.
the two that I saw, PowerPoint and.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get this.
We'll do some now. Sure. I know when it's not.
That was me.
Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it-
Wanted to bring in, yeah, thank you for pointing out, repeated deceit.
I hope we're not keeping track of that.
Humble civil servants over here.
Judge? Yes. Yes. I plan to repeat his high tomorrow.
I'm definitely repeating my grades.
But you look. Are you ready for your?
Yes,
You
sir.
ready for?
Yes, sir. Oh, no, we have one issue.
Okay.
There is a text message that I wanted to ask the investigator about that was sent on August the 15th by Jenny Gray to Colin Gray. Basically, to give the court some context.
Is this something that's being objected to or?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just one text that we're objecting to.
Would you like us to come up and show it to you? Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Investigator Gill.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and I know there is a ton of documents and evidence you've gone over in this case. I'm specifically going to ask you about some text messages, and I also realize there are probably thousands of pages of text messages. And
Yes, sir.
you probably remember 95% of them, if not more. But if I ask you about a text message that you don't remember, please let me know, and I'd be happy to show you a copy of it to see if that helps refresh your memory.
Okay.
All right. Make sure there's no fight breaking out in the jury box. Okay. I am not going to start at the beginning of your presentation. I'm going to kind of fast forward a little bit up to the July months. And it looks like the way you put things together in the PowerPoint presentation, if anything relevant happened on a particular day to your case, then it was included in the PowerPoint. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if, for example, one day, July 9th of 2024, I believe it notated there was an email from Colin to Debbie asking what was the name of the lady you spoke to regarding Colt. I'm worried about his first day. And then we skipped ahead to July 20th.
Yes, sir.
So that means that as far as relevance to the case and the charges, nothing happened on July 10th that you felt was relevant to the case.
That's fair to say.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So jumping ahead, there was, well, for context, I believe you said that Marcy Gray moved back into the home in Winder, either temporarily in July of 2024, perhaps around the 6th.
Yes,
Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And she remained in the home until August the 16th of 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And then on the 16th, that's when her mom and dad drove up from Fitzgerald and picked her up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we heard about the argument between Colt and Marcy, where there are allegations about someone getting a gun and Marcy falling to the ground. And then we saw a picture of Marcy on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. I want to talk about that incident real briefly. So on that day, at the time of this altercation, Colin Gray was not at the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Marcy Gray was at the home along with Colt and Jenny.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And we saw some text messages as part of your presentation regarding from Colt that were sent to Colin.
Yes, sir.
And basically those text messages would have been presumably Colt's version of what happened.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also know that Marcy spoke with, I believe you said there was a phone call around the same time between Marcy and Colin Gray.
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall there being text messages around the same time from Jenny to Colin?
I do remember that. Yes, sir.
And those text messages also described what happened. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And going to, and I'm just going to, well, let me do this. Well, so I'm going to ask you about those text messages and just tell me if you remember these particular messages. So these start at August 15th on 2024 at 11:31. And they're going to be from Jenny Gray to Colin, just to kind of help you orient.
Okay.
So at that time, did Jenny text Colin and ask, did anyone else text you like Mama or Colt?
Yes, sir.
And Colin replied, yes, both.
Yes.
All right. And Jenny asked, what did they say? Is that correct?
Yes.
Colin responded 2 stories.
Yes,
So to me, that means that based on that answer, 2 different versions have been put forth as to what happened.
yes, sir.
Okay. So then Jenny texted, I don't want them to get mad at me if I tell the truth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To which Colin said, why? I'm asking you about what really happened. I won't say that to them, but something has to change. To which Jenny responds, all right, so basically we were all in the kitchen and they were getting agitated with each other. Mama said if they wanted to fight, they can fight. So Colt went back into his room. Mama followed him down the hallway and kept instigating, and she went into Colt's room. When she was on there, she tried to grab his gun and was apparently all in his face. Parentheses, I was still in the kitchen, so I just heard it all, parentheses. Then Colt pushed her out of his room and she fell onto the floor. I came out of the kitchen and stood over her and asked her if she was okay, but she didn't answer me. To which Colin responded, got it. Jenny then responded, it was kind of scary. I just hope that it doesn't happen again. Is that fairly and accurately portray that conversation between Jenny and Colin on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is that text back and forth in evidence anywhere? Is it part of?
No, it is not.
No, it's not part of the
extraction,
book.
But not actually in evidence.
Right, it's part of the extraction. Okay. Now, going back to the 15th, this being the last day that Marcy was there. And well, I guess she would have been there all day on the 15th, and then she was picked up by, according to this, and obviously on the 15th, Colt wasn't in school.
That's correct.
And Jenny wouldn't have been in school either.
Correct.
And that would have been a school day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And apparently, if memory serves, the first day of school actually would have been the day before.
That's correct. His first day of school was the 14th.
Thank you for correcting. Colt's day, first day of school.
Yes.
Okay. Which he had attended.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first day of the semester for Apalachee High School. That was simply the first day that Colt actually attended school.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall any text messages between Colt and Colin regarding that first day of school?
I do.
And is it fair to say that the text messages from Colt to Colin were positive about his first day in school?
That's correct.
Did he indicated that things were going good?
Yes, sir.
And his dad responded, thank you for this. I'm so happy, so damn proud of you.
Yes, sir.
You remember Colt responding to the likes of, well, basically saying, everyone is so mature.
I do.
Is that referring to the other students, presumably?
I guess so. Yes, sir.
Okay. He says, this being Colt, love it here, man. To which Colin responds, Colt, I swear I'm about to dang cry. You have no idea how much your happiness means to me. You are the man. Colt responds with GED, here I come. This is exactly my type of school environment, maturity. Colin then responds, heck yeah. He responds, he being Colt, thoughts on dinner, celebratory maybe? Colin responds, hell yes, what's the request? And then Colt goes back to talking about school, saying, this guy across from me has my name. He's got a full beard, cool ass country boy. I'm thinking hamburger helper. To which Colin responds, done. Are there other instances in the text messages, if you can remember, where Colt texts Colin telling him he's at school when he's not?
I do believe so. Yes.
Okay. You know if that was one time or more than one time?
I recall at least one time.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to finish up on the text messages so we don't have to worry about those. But there were some text messages, and you probably do recall these, between Colt Gray and Marcy on the 31st of August, referencing Colt's attempts to contact Nicholas Cruz.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall those?
I do.
Okay. And just to go over the text, Colt tells Marcy, sent Nick another letter. We've been in account via Securus. Do you know what Securus is?
I do.
What is Securus?
It's an account that's used by most, sometimes jail facilities or prison facilities that you can send emails and or calls or video visits through. We used to have Securus here in Barrow, but changed over a couple of years back.
Okay. So if you were on the outside of one of these facilities and wanted to communicate with an inmate, Securus is a platform that would allow you to do that
Yes, sir.
once you registered for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Colt tells his mother, essentially that he sent Nicholas Cruz an email,
Yes, sir.
to which she responds, I didn't know you had sent him one already. Did he answer your first email? To which Colt responded, I sent them kind of at the same time about 3 days ago. They've both been approved. It's just a matter of them actually getting sent. To which Marcy responds, that's cool, 3 exclamation points. Colt says, I lied about my age, so don't worry about that. To which she responds, okay, what all did you say? Colt responded, I added some money to his commissary too. I told Dad it was a scheme game. To which Marcy responds, LOL, all caps, that's awesome. Do you recall that exchange between Marcy and Colt being in those text messages?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was right. You do remember all these text messages. All right. So going back at the school calendar, we know that Colt attended school only for a couple of days during that semester.
That's
Right.
correct. Yes, sir.
And he lied to his dad at least once, if not more times, about being in school when he was at home.
Yes, at least once.
And we know that, for example, on the 16th, the day that Marcy was picked up by her parents, Colt was at home that day.
He was. Yes.
And that was a school day as well.
Yes.
Do you recall, and I lied, I am going to ask you about one more text message. Do you recall a text message or any text messages between Colin and Marcy? You mentioned the Saturday they were supposed to go to Advantage Behavioral.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the Saturday I'm referring to. One of the text messages you showed during your presentation talked about going camping at Blue Ridge.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing any other text messages between Colin and Marcy about camping with the youngest child, Boo, that weekend?
I don't remember specific text message. I do remember some search history back in July
Okay.
for some Lake Blue Ridge or Helen type searches.
Okay. So, and on the 31st of August, to go back to when Miss Marcy Gray was speaking with Colt about the Nicholas Cruz and the emails, there were not any text messages between Marcy Gray and Colin Gray referencing that conversation, were there?
That's correct.
And just to be fair, I think you said there were some phone calls, however, around that same time. Or was that later?
I don't remember. I don't think there was any communication on the 31st. Let me check.
Sure.
She did send a text that morning
Okay.
about coming up, and then there was a phone call, and then that was the rest of the communication. There was no communication after that.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. And on the 29th, that's when Marcy had done, so 2 days before that conversation with Colt, that's when Marcy had done all those searches in regards to Ethan Crumbley, school shooters, state gun laws, things like that.
Yes, sir.
That was in her search history on that date. And that was the date that there were several, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 6 phone calls between Colin Gray and Marcy.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? The longest one being, let me make sure. It looks like, and that was up pretty quickly, but it looks like one was about 30 seconds, one was about 8 minutes, one was about 4 minutes, one was about 5 minutes, and then the last one was about 1 minute.
I think that's correct.
Is that
I think
right?
the first one might have been 14 or 11 minutes.
No,
But yes,
by all
around.
means. Okay. And then the next day would have been the 30th. That would have been a school holiday.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And that was a Friday. And then the following Monday would have been a school holiday as well.
Yes, sir.
And then the second was the day that, sorry, the third was the day that Colt would have been back in school had he gone that day.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said there was a text message from Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, asking Colt why he wasn't at school that day. Or did Colt text him and say he was sick or there was some reason he could not go?
I don't remember the text on September 3rd, if there was any between the two.
Gotcha. Now, when you were showing some of the photos, you referred to the files as being modified,
Yes, sir.
right? And so a modified file may not have the date that the photo was actually created.
That's correct.
And it looks like you're able, in some of the instances where his hair had been dyed, Colt, for example, if you know the date the hair was dyed, then you can at least give us a range from, it wouldn't have been before that date, obviously, to the date that it was actually modified.
That's correct.
That's how you're kind of coming up with a range for some of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After, so you went through Marcy's phone records, Marcy Gray's phone records. After that conversation on the 31st with Colt regarding speaking to Nicholas Cruz, there's no indication she called 911 or anything like that, is there?
No, sir.
After those searches on the 29th of August that she did on her phone regarding school shooters in Crumbley, there's no indication she called 911, is there?
No, sir.
You were able to go over the school records for the other children, Coley Jr. and, well, Coley and Jenny, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you mentioned that the youngest one, Coley, sounds like was taken to school based on the Google records by Mr. Gray.
That's correct. Yes.
And he only had one absence
Yes, sir.
that first semester, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it sounds like from the records, his daughter Jenny, who would have gotten on the bus by herself, had 2 absences
Yes, sir. For the month of August.
for the month of August. Yes, thank you. So Colt goes to school on the 14th. He sends his dad text messages that things are going well. And then there's the altercation with Marcy the very next day.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then the 16th, Colt does not go back to school.
That's correct.
In fact, he doesn't go back to school for several days after that altercation, does he?
I think the next day was the 19th that he
The
did go to school.
19th. Okay. And it's clear from the text messages that you reviewed of Colin that Colin clearly wants Colt to go to school.
Yes, sir.
It's just as clear from the text messages that Colt does not want to go to school.
That's correct.
Do you recall, so from the text message you put in the presentation, Debbie Palamas and Marcy Gray are scheduled to come up Saturday, which would have been, is it the 1st of September?
The 31st
The 31st. Thank
of
you.
August. Yes, sir.
31st of August. And obviously that does not happen. Is that
That's correct.
And from your investigation, and this may have been part of someone else's investigation, so just let me know. Are you aware of a meeting between Debbie Palamas and Lisa Butler prior to that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And at that meeting, from the emails that you were able to retrieve as part of your investigation, it's clear that there were supposed to be some services put in place for the beginning of that first week of September for Colt.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been at Apalachee High School.
Yes, sir.
And there were some, would have been, the earliest it could happen would have been the 3rd.
Yes,
Because
sir.
Monday was the holiday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, 1 second, sir. All right, just a couple more questions. I know you've been up here all day. From your review of the text messages, and we can just kind of cover that July to September of 2024, is it fair to say that Colin Gray texted Colt and or Jenny almost every day?
I don't know that I would say almost every day, but he did text them frequently.
Okay, texted him frequently?
Yes, sir.
And did those text messages from Colin to the kids, were there positive messages in some of those text messages?
They were, yes, sir.
Did he express how he loved his children
He
in those
did.
text messages?
Yes, sir.
That he was proud of his children?
Yes, sir.
That he was trying to get them to go to school?
In a couple of them, yes.
Okay. He was asking them how school was, how their days were?
He did, yes.
Okay. And he stated things like he was proud of them.
He did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just briefly.
In one of these folders.
All right, so in the course of the district attorney's office investigation, did we attempt to get jail calls when Marcy was incarcerated in Ben Hill between her and the defendant?
We did.
Okay, and were we able to get those calls between the two of them?
We were not.
But in order for the defendant to be able to talk to Marcy while she was in Ben Hill, would he have had some sort of account set up?
Yes, I think through Ben Hill, it was called JPay.
Do they?
I'm
get ejected? I believe this to be outside the scope of the cross-examination.
It goes directly to the Nicholas Cruz text messages.
I obviously don't know what it's content you want me to approach or.
Yes.
All right. I think there was an objection that we just approached on, I don't, do I need to rule on anything?
No, I'll withdraw the objection based on.
Yes, I'm just going to show Ms. Gill and Committee for Professor recollection about what platform Ben Hill uses. Does Ben Hill also use Securus?
It does use Securus.
Okay. So in order to, Mr. Hobbs was talking to me about text messages between Colt and Marcy related to him setting up a Securus account to talk to Nick Cruz. How, in order to set up a Securus account, do you have to, or what do you have to have?
So you have to create an account with a name, an email, phone number, and then if you want to add money to make calls or send email, text messages, then you also have to upload a some sort of funds, so a credit or debit card.
So when you upload funds, is that charged to that debit or credit card?
It does, yes.
Okay. And were there any corresponding charges on the defendant's debit card from Wells Fargo that had Securus or that were paid to Securus?
There was.
Okay. And so was it in, I guess, related to the same time frame as Colt would have paid for talking to Nick Cruz?
Yes, it was around 8/28 and 8/29.
And does it show up on his Wells Fargo record as Securus?
It does.
And then. And then in relation to those Nick Cruz text messages, on that same day, on August 31st, does Marcy also bring up the fact that she wanted to come visit Colt in order to maybe take him to advantage?
She did.
Okay, was that after, kind of in the same time frame, but after the text message Mr. Hobbs brought up?
It was, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, in those text messages between Marcy and Colt regarding this Securus account, doesn't Colt indicate that he lied about his age in order to create the account?
He did.
And didn't he acknowledge the fact that he deceived his father to get money to buy a video game, which he instead used for Securus?
Yeah, he did.
Thank you.
You come down?
Say no further questions.
State calls next, please.
And the state calls Lucas Fire to the stand.
All right, this time I will make an announcement to the
Gallery.
This witness will have a short introductory, a few questions about what he did on the 4th, but then we'll very quickly go into the video surveillance of the crime scene. So any witnesses or people in the gallery that would be triggered or upset by this, now would be the time.
And just to clarify, this is going to show video through the school of Colt that day.
Yes, sir. There's also a Rule 22 motion on that, Your Honor. We will pause it concurrent to that Rule 22 motion for you to instruct the press.
And remind me, is it, once we pause it, the
From
press
Zoom.
is done for the entirety of the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
All right, so make sure you understand that at some point, we're gonna pause it. We had a hearing on this. At the point which we pause it, thereafter, you need to hit the kill switch so that you're not recording what's on the screen. And then media is not allowed to take pictures or video of what's on the screen at that point.
Also, Your Honor,
Questions?
just anyone that's not in the media and signed the Rule 22, just regular people in the gallery are not allowed to take any pictures whatsoever or video of it.
Thank you.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear testimony given by now before this court be the truth, whole truth, not the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Special Agent Lucas Beyer. I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My name is spelled Lucas Beyer.
And where do you work, sir?
Currently, I'm employed with the GBI's SEAC unit. That's Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that unit?
Since July 1st of 2025.
Okay. And back in 2024, where did you work?
I worked at the GBI's Athens Regional 11 office.
Okay. And does Region 11 cover Barrow County?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Were you working the day that on September 4th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you that morning?
So that morning I was located at the GBI office in Athens. I was just doing standard work, sitting at my desk working on various reports. At some point in the morning, I don't remember the exact time, supervisor notified the entire office that there was an active shooter situation occurring in Barrow County. And we immediately dropped what we were doing, got into our vehicles and started moving towards Apalachee High School.
About what time did you arrive at Apalachee High School?
My best estimate would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10:40, 10:45 a.m.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived?
When I arrived at Apalachee High School, I got on my vest and I entered the school at a doorway nearest the guidance counselor's office. I traveled down a hallway and made contact with some law enforcement officers that were already in the building, got an assessment of what was going on and where we were needed. I was guided towards the atrium where there was a large contingent of law enforcement personnel meeting and trying to come up with a plan to do a secondary clear of the school. By the time I arrived, the primary clear of the school had already occurred, and it's standard operating procedure to do a secondary clearing of the school to make sure that any other injured individuals are located, to make sure that there are no more threats inside the building. So I joined up with a team of Georgia State Patrol, Barrow County Sheriff's Office, myself, and some other various law enforcement that were on scene, and we conducted a secondary clear of our assigned sector.
A brief synopsis, what else did you do that day?
During the clear, or during the secondary clear, the team that I was assigned to, we happened to be assigned to do a secondary clear of what ultimately turned into the crime scene. So once the clear was concluded, I started communicating with my crime scene specialist, Special Agent Daniela Stewart, started providing her an assessment of what the scene looked like. Told her to bring as much equipment as she could. And I started conducting various investigative acts that I thought would be necessary, including locating and collecting surveillance video.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that. Did you at some point collect all the surveillance video pertinent to that area of the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And over the next few days and weeks, did you watch all of that school surveillance video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And describe to me the system in general of how it worked with the surveillance system.
The surveillance system was centralized within the school. When I initially requested the surveillance video, I made contact with a school resource officer at the school, and he started the process of identifying videos and isolating them for download. It actually took quite a while to download the video, so I didn't end up picking it up physically until the following day. But the system was centralized in the school. All the cameras were coordinated. They were all on the same timestamp. Each classroom had an individual camera in it that was located in the top center of the ceiling. It had a fisheye lens, so it could catch a 360-degree view despite being a single camera. There were also surveillance cameras positioned throughout the hallways, also mounted on the ceilings. All these cameras operated on the same timestamp. The surveillance cameras in the hallway provided a slightly different angle. They weren't fish-eyed like the classroom cameras were, but they still coordinated at the same time.
When you're reviewing these videos, can you pick and choose, or is it you're watching this hallway camera throughout the entire time, and then you're watching this television or this classroom camera all the way through?
While I was watching the video, it was individual camera feeds exclusively.
Okay. And were you able to piece together a timeline of following Colt from when he got on the bus until all the way through the shooting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. I want to pull up a map of the school. And there should be a pointer up there still for the last witness. Yeah. And so it's, if you use the one behind you and show us from the video, I want you to walk us through Colt's path from when he got off the bus at the school through the shooting.
The bus dropped Colt off approximately here. Colt traveled and entered the school through a set of doors here. He traveled down this hallway.
Would you flip for us?
You stand on the other side of your chair. You stand on this side.
I apologize. We'll start over. The bus dropped Colt off here. He entered the school through a set of doors here, moved along this hallway, and then there was a large gathering area, a cafeteria here. Colt walked along the outside of that cafeteria, traveled down this main hallway into the atrium, and then entered this hallway where he entered his first period classroom.
And could you point out his first period classroom for us?
First period classroom was, I believe, one of these two classrooms here.
Okay. And at the end of first period, where did he go?
He exited his classroom, continued to travel down this hallway, and took and entered this hallway here, traveled all the way down, and then entered J Hall where he went to his second period class.
Okay.
Which is located here.
And for the shooting, when he left the second period class, where did he go?
He exited second period, traveled back down this hallway, and entered the bathrooms that are located here.
Okay.
He remained in the bathrooms for an extended period of time, ultimately exited the bathroom, and traveled back to his second period classroom, where he attempted to gain access to that classroom.
And did he gain access to the classroom?
No, sir, he did not.
What did he do at that point?
He moved to the immediate neighboring classroom. The door was open in that classroom, and he entered that classroom and proceeded to shoot.
How far into the classroom did he enter?
No more than 3 or 4 steps, sir.
Okay. And how many shots did it appear in the video? How long was he in the room shooting?
He was in the room for 10 to 12 seconds, if memory serves correctly. It was difficult to tell based off the video and the video quality how many shots he took, but it was several shots that he took inside that classroom.
Okay. And when you left that classroom, where did he go?
When he left the classroom, he went back down J Hall, traveling back towards the restroom. When he was approximately here in the hallway, he fired some more and ultimately struck teacher Cristina Irimie.
We'll stop it there. We got more close up. That here, it's probably easier for you. Unless you're having to stretch there.
Thank you. All right, so once again, this was a classroom that he started firing in. When he exited that doorway, he traveled down the hallway, and when he was almost at the intersection of J Hall and I Hall, he saw Miss Irimie coming out of this classroom. He fired the rifle, struck her, and then almost simultaneously turned his attention down this hallway where he saw Mr. Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix coming out of their respective classrooms, at which time he fired several more shots in their direction, striking both of them. After turning his attention away from Mr. Phoenix and Mr. Aspinwall, he continued to travel down this hallway until he reached almost the end of the hallway. It was at that point that Mason Schermerhorn came out of the bathroom. Colt turned around, saw Mason Schermerhorn coming out of the bathroom, fired at him, initially missed. Mason turned around to try to flee, but fortunately he turned right around to face Colt Gray, and he was shot at that point. After shooting Mason Schermerhorn, Colt turned down this hallway, and he tried to lift the rifle and take aim at another student that was in that hallway, Zanzini. But it was at that point that the Barrow County school resource officers came down the hallway, and we were able to get Colt to stop shooting.
Thank you. Because you had to watch all this on individual cameras, did you have an idea about doing something to fix that?
Yes, sir. I tried to get in touch with, or I did get in touch with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and asked about resources to put the video together and stitch it together in a more cohesive video product so that when viewing the video, it didn't have to be individual videos and clicking on different files, that we could just generate a singular file that would show a stitched together version of all the events and all the cameras pieced together.
Okay. And were those videos sent to the FBI so they could make that composite video?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And was that composite video returned, and have you seen that video?
I have seen that video, yes, sir.
Okay. Does it accurately depict the shooting and the course of Colt Gray through the school as you saw it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. You're on. This time I tender the videos 192.1 and 192.2 into evidence.
Okay. 191 and 192.
Okay. And there's also footage that we'll be showing that's already admitted into evidence, which is state exhibit number 22. 22 from the classroom, Your Honor. We're also going to be showing what's already in evidence, which is exhibit 22, the fisheye.